Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Grade Championships of New South Wales, the Edward Trickett Regatta. If you're joining us on the live stream, we're coming to you from the Sydney International Regatta Centre in Penrith. And we'd like to start today by acknowledging the Darug people, the traditional custodians of the land and waters on which we are gathered today, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We recognise the enduring cultural and spiritual connection of the Darug people with the Western Sydney Lakes, particularly the Mulgoa clan. We extend our respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. Another beautiful day here in Penrith. There is quite a bit of cloud cover at the moment, and whilst it will be lifting during the day, we're not expecting it to be a scorchingly hot day. A high of 26 degrees, very little wind and no rain expected. So beautiful water here on the Sydney International Regatta Centre for day 2 of our grade championships, where we are going to kick off with the women's C grade single scull. I'm joined in the commentary box by Mark Tejan from Rowing Club. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Lizzie, and aren't we lucky to have Lizzie with her expertise providing fantastic commentary throughout the day.
And likewise to you from the, we were just discussing how Glebe is currently leading the medal tally for these championships. Congratulations, Glebe, and very richly deserved, because you've got a lot of people across lots of different grade categories and age groups racing here today, haven't you? Including a couple in this race, I think.
Absolutely, I think in all these races. So first up we have the Heat 1 of the women's C grade single scull. They've just started. There are 3 heats in this, so it's the first 3 through to the finals. Over in lane 1 from Leichhardt we have Sarah Brown. In lane 2 from Nepean, Emily Boys. In lane 3 from Glebe, Belindy Rowe. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, M. Barrack. In lane 5 from St George, Ava Green. Lane 6 from Glebe, Julia Vichkovskaya. ADF is scratched. Lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith. And lane 9 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. And looking at some of those names, I think we're going to see some hot competition here. They'll be working hard to get one of those coveted first 3 spots to go through to the final.
Yes, and as we said before, a mix also of age groups where we have a few schoolgirls in this C grade single, but also some masters, such as, for example, as Trudy McDonald in the far lane, lane 9, so the one closest to the grandstand, the right-hand side of the big screen as you were looking at it just now, and closest to the screen as we're looking at it as the view changes. Trudy's coached by Odin McIntosh. She was in the New South Wales State Masters quad last year, and she's in the state quad again this year. So this will be part of her preparations, warming up for the New South Wales State Championships coming up, and then the interstate racing at Lake Barrington later this year.
I think we also have M. Barrack there from Leichhardt, a good masters rower. Belindy Rowe picked up a gold medal yesterday in a quad, I think. Might have been also in a double or a pair. I should know all the Glebe results off by heart. But just as they come through the 500 metre mark there, we have very close between Trudy McDonald and I think that was Sarah Brown over the far side.
Yes, she looks like she's
No, Helen Frith. Then Sarah Brown, so pretty close together. It could be any one of those. And then Ava Green came through that in 4th position. Only less than a couple of seconds back, so anything could happen here. If you're watching the video, it's just magic. The clouds are being reflected in the water. We're getting some fantastic video from the umpire's boat following. They're just coming up now. Probably they're about 250 metres out. So it's the first 3 through to the finals. It does seem to be Trudy McDonald closest to the grandstand here, who has a lead over, she's fighting with Helen Frith, who's right beside her, but out in the middle there, is it Ava Green or Julia it's Ava Green from St George. Just beside her is Julia Vichkovskaya as well, working really hard. And right over the far side there, Sarah Brown from Leichhardt. So it could be any one of these. but certainly the two closest to the grandstand, Trudy McDonald and Helen Frith, I think will be the first two qualifiers. Who comes in that coveted third place? We've yet to see. They've got about 100 metres to go now, maybe a little bit further. They haven't quite hit the red boys yet. So perfect conditions. It makes you feel like you want to jump down there and have a go as well, doesn't it?
It's absolutely beautiful. So whatever happens, they're going to have had a great scull on good water.
Yes, look at the comeback over there from Sarah Brown from Leichhardt. Has just managed, I think she's pushed ahead of Julia and Ava out there in the middle, but a very comfortable win there by Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. She'll be followed across by Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales. Over on the far side, Sarah Brown from Leichhardt. She's followed across by Ava Green from St George, and then Julia Vichkovskaya. Then coming through is M. Barrack from Leichhardt. She'll be followed through by Emily Boys from Nepean, and rounded out by Belindy Rowe from Glebe.
So since this is a championships and we progress through to finals from these heats, we'll just reconfirm the results. A win in the first heat of the women's C grade single scull for Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. Second, University of New South Wales, Helen Frith. And third, Leichhardt, Sarah Brown, will continue on to the A final. Fourth, St George, Ava Green. Fifth, Glebe, Julia Vichkovskaya. Sixth, Leichhardt, M. Barrack. Seventh, Nepean, Emily Boys. And eighth, Glebe, Belindy Rowe. The winning time was 4 minutes 13.52 seconds. The margins 3.05 and 5.34. The second heat of the women's C-grade single scull is about to start, with Drummoyne's Wendy Roncolato in lane 1, Canberra Gabby Pidcock in lane 2, Glebe Poppy Hartley in lane 3. St George, Leilani Turpin in lane 4, Canberra, Jordan Turner in lane 5, Newcastle, Charlotte Holford in lane 6, University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler in lane 7, Newcastle University, Jules Bosco in lane 8, and Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget in lane 9. So another of our state-level masters in lane 9.
Interesting. I mean, Daniela just takes wins everywhere in masters rowing.
Indeed.
Jules Bosco is Zinc Bosco's mum. She's a relative newcomer to rowing.
Right.
And Poppy Hartley from Glebe, I know, is a junior.
Yes.
Schoolgirl. So a real mix.
Yes. So Daniela Bourget, who has been in the New South Wales Masters Interstate Quad for a number of years, and congratulations to Daniela from Leichhardt Rowing Club, the captain of Leichhardt Rowing Club, because she's in the quad again this year with Trudy McDonald, who we saw win the previous heat. The crew itself is being coached this year by Steve Sherry, and Steve Sherry is Daniela's coach and husband.
And some more footage there. We just had some great footage there. That's is it Jules? I think is it Newcastle colours.
It looks like it.
I can just see by her style.
Right.
She actually spreads her legs when she comes forward.
Very interesting technical point. So some coaches really do coach that for women's rowing, particularly because the hips are a little wider than men's, and some coaches don't coach that at all. But I know Ellen Randell, who obviously arguably our most successful and certainly our most well-credentialed coach here in Australia. Coach of Tara Rigney, our bronze medal world.
There she is. Was just a quick flash there. I got to know her. I rowed with her at the Gay Games in Hong Kong last year.
Oh.
We did a mixed double together.
Right, was that in
the quad. Yeah.
Right. It's such a great way to travel the world and meet new people, isn't
absolutely.
it? And then you find them back here at home on your doorstep as well. So. And I was saying yesterday, a great opportunity also for school students who are rowing in school programs when they belong to a club like Glebe, how they get to know people from other schools, both boys and girls, and get to racing cruise with them. And that quad that we saw, the silver medal winning C grade quad, I think it was yesterday, with girls from across different schools.
Well, and yesterday we, from Glebe, this was another new thing for us, we actually fielded juniors women's 8.
Yes, I saw that.
We had a couple of older ladies in, but they were our baby masters, we called them.
How did they go? I didn't see that race. Was
I'm not quite sure, actually. I
got
should
across
look
the
it
finish
up.
line, that's the main thing.
Yes. So I think as they're coming down the field, we're seeing Daniela Bourget showing her expertise closest to us. And then Samantha Backler, who is in lane 7, so the lady just inside Daniela.
And she in turn is having a good battle with Charlotte Holford from Newcastle.
And then not to discount over on the far side there in lane 2, it looks like, is it Gabby Pidcock or Poppy?
Is. Yeah, Gabby Pidcock from Canberra by the looks of things. Although
I think looking at the colours, it does look like Poppy to me. So Poppy going very strong there.
Let's get some binoculars and also take advantage of the wonderful footage from around the grounds provided by our colleague John Meeking. Yes, it's definitely Poppy, but she's having a good race against Gabby Pidcock from Canberra Rowing Club. So maybe we are missing Wendy
And
Wonkalato.
well, Charlotte Holford there is all from Newcastle is putting on a very good effort to try and keep up with Samantha Backler beside her.
Wendy Wonkalato, who is supposed to be in lane 1, has not started the race, so that's who's missing. So C grade races over a distance of 1,000 metres, so that's half of the Olympic distance, and that's also the distance that Masters race, so a perfect preparation for the Masters Nationals coming up for the Masters amongst this group. And as we said, Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt, she has a strong finish on her at any race, but whether she can catch up Samantha Backler, who steadily pushed through in that third quarter, remains to be seen. And then Charlotte Holford from Newcastle in the red, then white striped, then blue shorts, coming through strongly, and only 3 will qualify through to the final. And those 3 will be from University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler, second Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and third Charlotte Holford from Newcastle. Fourth, and just missing out, will be Poppy Hartley from Glebe Rowing Club, and then a photo finish between Jordan Turner of Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5 and Gabby Pidcock of Canberra Rowing Club in lane 2.
Then Jules Bosco is just coming through, looking pretty comfortable there. And she'll be followed through by Leilani Turpin from St George. So
confirming the unofficial time for Samantha Backler, winning Heat 2 of the women's C-grade single scull, was 4 minutes 18.79. That compares with 4:13 in the previous heat. But the margin's very close indeed. So Daniela Bourget just 0.98 down on her, and a further 2.56 back to our final qualifier, Charlotte Holford. Heat number 3 is in progress in the women's C-grade single scull, with Glebe Rowing Club's Jacqueline Harris in lane 1, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Wendy Miller in lane 2, ANU's Sarah Connor in lane 3, coached by Edward Bien, Canberra Rowing Club's Nicole Hay in lane 4, coached by Alec Hodges. From North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by Guy Morgan, is in lane 5. Canberra Rowing Club's Lara Connolly in lane 6. From ANU, Lizzie Blower, coached by Edward Bien, in lane 7. From Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry, in lane 8. And from Leichhardt, another school rower, Maya Isbister, in lane 9, and Maya is part of the junior squad at Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalantar. And I believe she goes to the International Grammar School, where she's coached by David Cameron.
Yes, and they occasionally come and row out of Glebe.
Indeed.
I think once a week we have them. So as they're coming through, Katrina Davis and Elizabeth Blower have a pretty clear lead over the rest of the field, and you could almost call it a photo for the way the next 3 boats and then a couple more came across. So the coveted third position is going to be where the races in this one.
Hotly contested.
Hotly contested, and I mean, you have the likes of very accomplished masters, Jacqueline Harris and Wendy Miller over on the far side. Louise McCoach, I'm not... the name rings a bell, so...
A good sweep rower from North Shore, where she's coached by Kim Rudder, so good to see her having a go in the single.
It's what you'd call a tough heat.
It is indeed.
Sometimes in the heats you can work way harder than in a final. So just to get that position.
These scullers are battling for first three will progress through to the final, and the final is at 1:27 this afternoon.
So in the lead is Katrina Roach from Shoalhaven. She's followed by Elizabeth Blower from ANU, and after that it could be anyone's, but it does look to me like Sarah Connor from the ANU may have Wendy Miller is pushing hard up against her. She's not going to let her get away. And then over this side of is Nicole Hay out there in lane 5 or 4, is it? And Jackie Harris has a lot of grit, so she's now really pushing as they're in the last 250 metres. So the race is on between Jackie, Wendy, Sarah, and I think, yes, those are the 4 that are really fighting for the 3rd position. Katrina Davis might Elizabeth Blower might need to work a little bit harder to make sure she doesn't get pipped on the line. No, she's holding her 2nd position. How exciting is this though? Look at Jackie. She's actually managed to find that extra bit and pull about a quarter of a length in front of Wendy Miller, who's just about the same distance in front of Sarah Connor. So as they came across the line, that was Katrina Davis, followed by Elizabeth Blower, then Jackie Harris, and 0.71 back to Wendy Miller, 0.28 back to Sarah Connolly, 0.45 back to Sarah Connor. Isn't that fantastic racing?
It was indeed a fantastic race. So let's just confirm the results for those who are following. First 3 progressed through to the final, and the winner was Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis, 2nd ANU's Lizzie Blower, and 3rd Glebe's Jackie Harris. Missing out, 4th Leichhardt Wendy Miller, 5th Canberra Lara Connolly, 6th ANU Sarah Connor, 7th Canberra Nicole Hay, 8th North Shore Louise McCoach, and 9th Maya Isbister from Leichhardt. The winning time officially 4 minutes 15.06, the margins 5.16 and 2.72.
So what you were saying earlier, Lizzie, when you get to C grade, the competition is pretty fierce because you have the school kids who have rowed at school who come through and automatically in C grade, and then you have the rest of us who have actually had to earn it by winning races and accumulating points over time. So to actually, I remember when I first got to C grade, through a whole season, you hover back between C grade and D grade, depending on how many you can keep winning.
Yes.
So you jump back into D, win a couple of races, and you're then back in C. So to become entrenched into C grade is quite tough.
Yes.
And then the competition, once you get there, is a whole lot of other people who have had to go through the same thing.
School kids also, often they have learnt to row in groups, in quads, for example, and not done much single scull work, for example, and then, or in the case of a school like Ascombe, lots of single scull work and not much quad work. And so racing C grade against seasoned veterans, literally, who've done a couple of seasons or sometimes many seasons at masters level racing over 1,000 metres, they're at somewhat of a disadvantage. Great learning opportunity, though.
So coming up, we have now the men's C grade, C grade quad.
Quad scull. So we've got University of New South Wales in lane 1 with Nick Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, David Raymond and George Lazarou. In lane 2 we have St George Rowing Club with Aidan West, Victor Laker, Jake McAfee and Jacob Wilson, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 3, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Canberra, Lucas McLean, Alistair Bridgewater, Cameron Schmidt and Ethan Murphy. From Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4, Franz Gravenhorst, Christopher Gray, Anthony Deanne Osick and Frank McHugh, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5, another crew from St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Grania Ranmos, Alan Robertson and Steve Harrison, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Tim Spiteri, Andy Wigan, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. In lane 7, from the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club, Patrick Kazilku, Bill Todd, Rohan Jayawardena and David Newman. In lane 8, from Canberra Rowing Club, James Rigby, Tom Trobe, Hamish Ridd and Eamon Burke, coached by Jeff Brown, Mark Gierkowski and Tom Hayes. And in lane 9, from the University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland, Levi Rosensvet, Fraser Wilson and Nityan Bansal, coached by Cameron Butler.
Just looking at some of those names in there, Lizzie, I think this is going to be an exciting race as well. And again, there are 2 heats in the men's C-grade quad scull, so it'll be the first 4 through to the final. Yes, we wait and see. It's interesting to the St George crew there. We have Ayrton Granger Ramos, who's in the state quad, the Masters State Interstate Quad. Alan Robertson, I think, was in it last year. Steve Harrison, their fantastic,
very experienced, aren't
experienced club captain, and Glenn Shooter, a very experienced rower. Then I think the other St George crew is juniors.
I reckon so too.
So we wait and see what happens. And we have Tom Trobe in the Canberra crew as well, who's often up here helping us commentate.
Yes, indeed. And I can't remember the last time I saw Tom race, so great to see him out there. We were talking last time Tom was here about the fact that Black Mountain are going through a renovation of their clubhouse. So great to see them up here bringing a trailer up. And we obviously have Canberra Rowing Club and the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club here as well. I bet they're glad they've come. What great conditions. So these 2 heats will see the first 4 progress through to the final at 11:07. So they don't have much of a gap.
Just jump out of the boat, grab your new number and away you go again. So we can just see on screen there the starters just getting them all into a straight line.
This is St George quad with Glenn Shooter. They won the bronze medal yesterday in coxed form, so they're obviously doing both this week.
I think the starter is very aware that this could be very hotly contested, so is working very hard there just to get a nice straight line. Nelly has it.
So very difficult job being an aligner at the start of a race, and this aligner is being particularly careful, and I guess because the conditions are so good. So they are off and running in the first heat of the men's C-grade quad scull.
Well, and Lizzie and I was chatting to Lizzie, whether she was listening or not, but how important it is to try and get that straight line, particularly when the results can be over a bow ball or less, when they can be so close. So some great footage there. Steve Harrison pouring it on. I think I saw him smiling. I'm not quite sure, but looking very professional. These St George crew, they have been rowing together for many years together.
So that footage coming to you from a camera that's on the bow canvas of the catamarans that we use for umpiring here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We were saying yesterday how lucky we are, and you can see there the camera panning around, being operated, I believe, by John here in the finish tower.
And big call out to John, who sits up there doing all this fantastic work.
Completely voluntarily.
And I think every regatta we come to, you just see an extra sense of refinement.
Indeed.
So great work, John.
And if you are watching this footage or you're here at the Regatta Centre and you're interested in what goes on behind the scenes, we would love you to come and join the team. We are pretty much all volunteers, and it is all coordinated by the team at Rowing New South Wales. If you go to the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au, you can find a link there where you can send through your details or just give the office a call. There's lots to do behind the scenes, and we'd always love extra pairs of hands. Plus, it's great fun and a wonderful way to meet people.
So we said this would be hotly contested. As they came through the first 500, they were very close. So the University of New South Wales crew had a slight lead over Black Mountain. Then it was Leichhardt, St George and Glebe, all very close together, less than a second apart. So it's quite possible we could be up for a photo finish. We have to get... So to get through the final, they have to come at least fourth. And I would say at this point in time, it could be anyone's. As they came through the 500, the University of New South Wales crew closest to the grandstand was in the lead, but I think the other crews might be gradually reeling them in, and they're just about to hit the buoys, so that could throw them as well. Their steering's not as good as it might be. Look over the far side there, the University of New South Wales crew with the Lazaroos in it, and David Raymond. I mean, they're a very strong crew. Out here in the middle, the Leichhardt crew is pushing very hard against the Black Mountain crew right next to them. And then over here, Glebe is actually doing pretty well. Will they be able to hold their fourth position and get through to the final? I think... very exciting. So over on the far side, the University of New South Wales with the Lazaroos in it is going to take the win. They'll be followed across by the Black Mountain crew, then Leichhardt, and it does look like Glebe is taking the fourth position. Then the Southern University of New South Wales crew closest to us, followed across by St George, and then the Canberra crew. We're still waiting for the St George Juniors to come across. Yes, you can see quite clearly now. They're little lads compared to the rest of some of these blokes, and then the ADF crew will round that out.
So confirming the results of our first heat of the men's C-grade quad scull, a win for the University of New South Wales. Second, Black Mountain. Third, Leichhardt 3. Fourth, Glebe Rowing Club, the crew stroked by Ben Nagappa. Those four crews will progress through to the final at 11:07. Missing out, fifth, University of New South Wales. Sixth, St George, 7th Canberra, 8th St George and 9th ADF Rowing. The winning time for University of New South Wales was 3 minutes 19.50 seconds.
Wow.
The margins 1.28, 0.98 and 2.93.
And roaring down the course, we have the second heat of the men's C-grade quad. I'm not sure if I'll have time to run through all the names, but over on the far side we have a St George crew of James Rudsis, Lachlan Dunn, Rory Cole and James Hunt. In lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Alex Baum, Harry O'Donnell, Marcus Black and Jack Clements. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Lucy and John, Nathaniel Lawson, Zachary Neal, David Doust. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, Mark Partridge, Henry Bridgewater, Stephen McGlynn, Ian Mongan. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Nico Contonio, Jeremy Cooper, William Spuige, Lucas van der Westhausen. In lane 6 from Glebe, Josh Dallimore, Jack Stone, Chris Vlahos and Lachlan Larson. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Massimo Fitzsimon, Henry Summerton, Luca Wilson and Jasper Richards. In lane 8 from Nepean, Nicholas Walsh, Angus George, Lockie Rogers, Luca Bazzina. And in lane 9 from St George, Cale Austin, Matthew Giller, Nicola Brakovic and Dylan Grunsell.
Well done, Mark. So at the beginning of the race, Nepean Rowing Club took an early lead. They are in lane 8, and they were closely followed by 0.8 of a second at the halfway mark by Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6. Then it was University of New South Wales in lane 2, Drummoyne in lane 3, and Black Mountain in lane 4. But as we have progressed through the third quarter of the race, the University of New South Wales crew on the far side in the yellow boat has really pushed on strongly and is level pegging with Nepean Rowing Club. Drummoyne and Black Mountain and Glebe still battling it out. Glebe starting to fall behind a little now, the less experienced athletes. As we come through into the last 100 metres of the race, the University of New South Wales crew of Alex Bohm, Harry O'Donnell, Marcus Black and Jack Clements still looking strong, looking good, and looking good for the win in the second heat of the men's C-grade scull, closely followed by Nepean Rowing Club. Third and fourth, Black Mountain and Drummoyne, but it is a photo finish between the two of them. However, those will be the 4 crews that will progress through to the final, and just missing out will be our second University of New South Wales crew.
So interesting, that one, Lizzie. You could see it was the older experienced rowers in the first 4 through, and then the juniors working hard, putting in a fantastic effort. Just to try and see if they could get through to the final. Unfortunately, they missed out this time, so the winning time there was 3 minutes 18 to the University of New South Wales. They were followed by Black Mountain, then the experienced Leichhardt crew, and they've got yes, I think we just need to wait for the yes, we have it's a photo finish between Black Mountain and Drummoyne for 3rd and 4th place, but I think.
And then I think Glebe Rowing Club were just pushed out there, so
yeah.
With people overtaking them at the end, so they were pushed into 5th position. Leichhardt 1 placed 6th, 7th St George. I think that would be the crew who were on at the far side. James Roots is in the bow seat.
Yes.
In lane 1, and 8th was Leichhardt 4, and 9th was St George from lane 9. But certainly 3:18.02 was our time, comparing with 3:19.5 in the previous race.
So it's going to make for a very good final, I think.
So
yes.
Back again at 11:07 to see yet more of our men's C-grade quad swells. So we're changing the pace a little now. We're moving back to full Olympic and Paralympic distance of 2,000 metres. We have a para-coxless pair, and I feel very sorry for Stuart John and all of his partners, because they are valiantly representing para-rowing in sweep in the coxless pairs. Very rarely do they have anybody come and join them. So if you believe you qualify for para-rowing, if you're not sure, head to the Rowing Australia website and have a look at the definitions that are there. But in rowing, para has 2 categories: physical impairments and intellectual impairments. Here in New South Wales, you don't have to go through the classification process before you can race in the para category. You simply have to present honestly that you believe that you have an impairment that gives you a disadvantage when it comes to able-bodied rowing. We have Stuart John here and William Cusack racing in the pair today, coached by William Hatcher there at AMU. Also with para rowing, if you haven't got another para partner, you can often have an able-bodied person come and row with you, can't you?
Yes, as we saw yesterday with Mika Kelly and Rob Fendel from Glebe, warming up for their assault at the Nationals. So there's about a 10-minute break now because this will be a 2,000 metre event. So we'll just bide our time for a few minutes and we'll get back to you when the racing starts. So Lizzie's going to tell us all about Pararowing, but we can see on the course they've started Stuart John and William Cusack from the ANU who are doing the coxless pair. And look at that, it just looks fantastic. It's cutting glass, basically.
Yes, indeed. So yesterday we saw William Cusack and Stuart John here in the pair. We saw them race in the double scull, the para double scull, and they won that. And Stuart, who's in the stroke seat, so on the left of your screen as you're looking at them now, also won the para single scull yesterday. So he had a good day yesterday, and I'm sure he's looking forward to a good one today. So here we have the discipline of rowing called sweep, which is where each athlete holds just one oar, and it sounds pretty logical, but that does mean you need at least two people in the boat, otherwise you'd go round in a circle. And in sweep rowing, we have pairs, such as you're seeing now, just 2 people, 4s, where there are 4 people, and 8s, where there actually are 9 people, 8 rowers and 1 coxswain. Pairs and 4s can also have coxes, although in pairs, I never see a cox pair anymore,
see a
do you?
no.
Which is such a shame. What a great boat. Maybe we should bring it back.
I always think that the cox pairs would have been interesting. You'd have that extra weight to drag along.
You would, but you've also not got to worry about the steering. And,
no. So, and that's the big trick in the pair, is you have to actually feel what the pressure the other person is putting on. Otherwise, the boat will just turn and go off on its own trajectory sometimes.
So, rowing is an Olympic and Paralympic sport, and rowing has been in the Paralympics now for quite some time. Australia has a pretty strong history of representing in Paralympic rowing, particularly in sculling, with the PR1 men's single scull, where Eric Horry has represented, I think it's 3 times now, has 3 silver medals, and he'll be going to his 4th Paralympics in Paris later on this year. Kat Ross, with her various partners, John McLean, Gavin Bellis, Simon Albury, has represented in the PR2 mixed double scull. And in the PR3 category, up until now, there has been a coxed 4. Australia has represented in that. And our last result coming 4th in Tokyo. And this year, this Paralympics, for the first time, the PR3 mixed double scull is a Paralympic event. It's been a World Championship event for a while, and Australia has certainly medalled. Kate Murdoch and Jeremy McGrath got a silver medal in 2017, coached by Lindsay Callaghan, so an all New South Wales effort there. But this year, or last year, in the run-up to the Paralympics at the World Championships, which was a qualifying event, Jed Altschwager from Torrens Rowing Club in South Australia and Nikki Ayres from Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT combined together in a PR3 double scull and won the gold medal at the World Championships, and they're on their way to Paris, which is very exciting.
Fantastic.
And we wish them the very best of luck.
Lizzie, just watching this on screen, Stuart and William as they come down in a pair, to me, as I don't have quite the finesse that Lizzie has in terms of seeing all the fine art of rowing, but that is a little masterclass in pair rowing. They are very smooth, there's no jerking in the boat, they've got getting beautiful boat run. And maintaining quite a good pace as they do it. So they've obviously been doing a lot of training together in this. It's really a wonder to see such, and it's Pararowing as well. So they're not only doing what the rest of us try to do in terms of simply rowing well, but they've got to do it with the impairment that they have. So just fantastic stuff here.
Yes, and Stuart's impairment is a hand impairment, and I think he would be the first to say that's a particular challenge for rowing, because one of your connection points in moving the boat is your hands on the oar handle.
Yeah, I think if you look closely, you can actually see this. He's got his hand strapped to the handle.
And different athletes use a variety of different accessories to help them connect and control what's going on with the blade handle. So in the case of Stuart, he'll have what I think it's called a magic hand, which will be part of Velcro that straps around the hand where the fingers might not be long enough or are missing. Certainly we have athletes at Paralympic level who have straps around their wrists, and the strap will then also connect to the oar handle to allow them to pull. We have Alex Vullerman, who rows in Victoria, has an additional handle sort of sticking up from the oar handle because she doesn't have fingers that allow her to then connect and push and pull the oar into the feathered and squared position.
Just incredible, isn't it?
And it was her dad that came up with that. I think he used a wheelbarrow handle or a drill handle from off the farm and strapped it on with, clamped it on with metal.
Oh, wow.
And it just worked, and everything we've tried since, that still works really well.
And I think another thing to just mention is that the reason we sort of seem to be able to chat about Stuart so well is because he's often sitting up here in the tower with us, and when you hear a male voice and it sounds very golden and smooth, that's Stuart talking.
Stuart, yes. I think big shout out also, just talking about oars, to Croakers, who've certainly worked really closely with the Australian Paralympic team and World Championships team to help them adapt oars so that the athletes can connect comfortably. So James Talbot, who has an arm impairment and doesn't have flexion in his wrist, creating a special formed handle to use with the Croaker sweep oars that were used in the PR3 at the last Paralympics. That was incredibly helpful and was actually done, we built it up over a period of months, but the finessing went on at the World Championships in between races.
Just look at this, just coming into the last 100 metres and putting on a show for the rest of us. They've taken their rating up, they're pushing hard to the finish, so even though they've got no one against them, it's a fantastic effort out there.
Yeah, beautiful rowing, keeping it nice and long, good sequencing of the hands away, then the arms out straight, then the body rocking over, using the legs to maximum effect, and coming across that finish line in a time of 9 minutes, 1.51 seconds. The para-coxless pairs are champions, Stuart John and William Cusack from ANU, coached by William Hatcher.
So there'll now be there's about 6 minutes until some more excitement begins with the women's D grade single scull heats. Again, there will be 3 heats, so it will be the first through to the final, and we'll talk about them when they're about to start. Then following that, we have A grade coxless pair, but then we get the men's C grade double sculls. So that will be good competition as well. So yeah, our next race is the first heat in the women's D grade single scull, and we can see that the aligner and umpires are working together to bring the athletes down onto the start line in a very controlled fashion. It's so much better when the weather's nice, isn't it? Doing this in a roaring tailwind or headwind is so much more difficult. But a really good reason why practicing manoeuvring is in your training is very important, because when you come to a regatta you do need to do things like control the speed at which you arrive and be able to stop, be able to tweak your position, your line, so that you go off in a straight line, and also when you're on a 2,000 metre start to be able to back it down into the boat holding position. Absolutely, it's interesting because I don't like to say coach because I don't think I'm a coach, but there are a couple of ladies in our club who I give guidance to, and a couple of days ago we were out practicing starts, and I was saying to her, when you sit up the front, just relax, 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 relax. And she said, yeah, but that's it. When you're on the start line and you're sitting out there and they're telling you, they're always telling you to either tap forward or tap back. And that makes me very nervous. And I said, well, of course, when you're sitting out the front, you won't be very stable. When asking you to tap, don't sit right at the front. Pull yourself back and enter. And she was, oh, yes, yes. So it's just that, it's the experience. But certainly certainly when we're learning or we haven't raced very much, that start can feel quite challenging. And then especially if you've drifted across the line and the starter's telling you to back up and you're not particularly good at backing.
Yeah. Well, I think this aligner is doing an excellent job.
Well, I think we're going to see a presentation here from our fantastic para-coxless pair. So the winners for the para-coxless pair for the Edward Trickett Grade Championship Regatta 2024. Stuart, representing the Australian National University, Stuart John and William Cusack. And they were coached by William Hatcher, adding to their collection of medals as they head back to Canberra at the end of the day. Congratulations to our medal winners.
So in race number 53 on our programme, the first of 3 heats in the women's D-grade single scull, we have Glebe Rowing Club in lane 1, represented by Anne Skilton and coached by Robin Macney. ANU in lane 2, Rebecca Hoffman, coached by Edward Bien. Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, Kate Wareham, coached by Mark Tejan and Robin Macney. In lane 4, Nepean Rowing Club, Megan Chung, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 5, St George Rowing Club, Bianca Mackenzie, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Lily McHugh, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Juar Kalantar. In lane 7, Nepean Rowing Club, Elise Currell, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 8, University of New South Wales, Sunny Park, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And in lane 9, from North Shore Rowing Club, Mary Walsh.
And the race is underway. We're just having some video there of Bianca Mackenzie, I believe, from St George.
Beautiful view down to the end of the course there with all of the flag poles at the end of the course. None of
the flags flying. Oh. Well, there aren't any on the flag pole at the end, but certainly the flags in front of the grandstand. There's absolutely no wind, so perfect conditions. The times that you'd register today will be the most accurate I think you'd ever get.
And let's hope it stays like this next week when we have the trials for the Australian junior team. And here we have the sculler from Nepean Rowing Club, Megan Chung, coached by Daniel Waddell, who runs the programme there. He's the head coach at our local Nepean Rowing Club over on Bruce Neal Drive here in Penrith.
So interesting that footage there. She's may not be a particularly experienced rower, but you can see that she's back behind the others, and just starting, once you fall back, you can actually get a little bit of wash from the rower in the lane beside you, which can further be a little bit more off-putting as well.
Yeah, very true. It looks as though Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club across there in lane 1 is having has had a really good start to the race.
Anne is going forward in leaps and bounds. It's fantastic. So I think that was Bianca, was it?
Yes, going through first.
Going through first, closely followed by Anne as they came through the 500 metres. Then it was Sunny Park and Rebecca Hoffman from ANU, very closely followed by Elise Currell from Nepean. So that's where the battle's going to be to get into the... Oh, sorry, it's the first 3 through.
Yes, I was going to say
So at the moment, it's Bianca Mackenzie, Anne Skilton and Sunny Park who are sitting in prime position. So Anne Skilton way over the far side, out in the middle. that would be Bianca McKenzie from St George, with a now probably extending her lead by the look of it from the naked eye up here. And then closer to us, Elise Currell from Nepean. No, it's Sunny Park from the University of New South Wales in lane 8. So we have a full house in this race, 9 lanes.
And as they come through the third quarter of the race, Rebecca Hoffman from ANU across there in lane 2 has increased her rate of striking and lengthened her stroke as well, and she's getting a good response out of the boat. She's moved herself now into probably 4th position, challenging Megan Chung from Nepean Rowing Club, and the next person she needs to overtake is that Sunny Park from University of New South Wales. Has she got the distance to be able to do that? Anne Skilton from Glebe continues to now has moved into the lead position over Bianca McKenzie from St George.
Looking fantastic. Go Anne! Very pleased with this. Anne has come ahead in leaps and bounds, particularly under Robin McNee's expert eye. So Robin's come back to the club. So as they're coming into the last 5 strokes or so, Anne Skilton has taken the lead over Bianca McKenzie from St George. Then it's going to be ANU's Rebecca Hoffman is going to take the 3rd position. So those will be the first 3 through to the finals. Then closer to us, Sunny Park from the University of New South Wales. Just stopped before the line, but she made it ahead of Megan Chung out there from Nepean. Then Lily McHugh, followed across by Elise Currell from Nepean, Mary Walsh from North Shore, and Kate Wareham from Glebe, just rounding out that heat.
So confirming the results of our first heat of the women's D-grade single scull, a win for Glebe Rowing Club, Anne Skilton. 2nd, St George Rowing Club, Bianca McKenzie. 3rd, ANU, Rebecca Hoffman. These 3 scrullers will progress through to the final. 4th, the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park. 5th, Nepean, Megan Chung. 6th, Leichhardt, Lily McHugh. 7th, Nepean, Elise Currell. 8th, North Shore, Mary Walsh. And 9th, Glebe, Kate Wareham. Winning time 4 minutes 35.41 seconds. The margins 1.4 and 8.61.
So heat 2 of the women's D-grade single scullers roaring down the course. And again we have Jules Bosco, who just raced about half an hour earlier in the C single. This is Zink's mum, representing Newcastle University. In lane 2 from Glebe, Cecile Fair. In lane 3 from the ANU, Erin Chadban. Lane 4 from Glebe, who is also Billindi Rowe, who is also in the C single scull. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning. Lane 6 from Newcastle, Kensington Steele. We've had a scratching in lane 7. In lane 8, Freya Warner Van Dyke. And in lane 9 from Nepean, Georgia UN. So a few of these ladies have earlier raced the C single heats, and now they've gone round, got a new number, jumped back in their boat and come out to race the D single. And
you just mentioned bow numbers, so I did notice as we progressed through the regatta yesterday we were very short on bow numbers. So just a reminder please to everybody that the bow numbers are reused. So once you have finished racing, if you could please bring your bow number back to the bottom of the finish tower, we would be most grateful.
So as they came through the 500 mark, Freya Warner Van Dyke over in lane 8, closer to the grandstand, had a lead over Billindi Rowe from Glebe. A little bit further back to Kensington Steele from Newcastle. Then there was 1.5 seconds back to Cecile Fair from Glebe. So whether Cecile can make up the ground under her tutelage from Ken Major will be interesting to see, because it's only the first 3 through to the final. Yes, yeah. So we had a non-start from Georgina Browning out in lane 5 as well. So that means we only have 7 boats out on the course. But a comfortable lead here by Freya Warner van Dyke. She's coached by Sarah Ellis from Des Moines. She'll be followed across by the Newcastle's Kensington Steel. And at the moment, it looks like Cecile Fair has made it. Is it Cecile? Oh, no, sorry, it's Belindy Rowe has made a Belindy Rowe has held her position. So I think I'm just trying to recall, did Belindy get through to the C final as well? So she was just out there earlier rowing the C single. No, she didn't quite make the C final, but she's certainly in the D final. So that was a win to Freya Warner van Dyke. She's followed across by Kensington Steel from Newcastle. Then Belindy Rowe from Glebe. A bit of a distance back to Erin Chadban from the ANU. Then Cecile Fair from Glebe. Jules Bosco over on the far side from Newcastle Uni, and rounded out by Georgina Yuen from Nepean. The winning time there,
4:19.59,
so that
heck
was
of a
a
lot
faster
faster than
heat.
4:35, yes. So confirming the results of the second heat of the women's D grade single scull, a win for Des Moines Rowing Club's Freya Warner van Dyke. Second, Newcastle Kensington Steel. Third, Glebe Rowing Club Belindy Rowe. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the final at 11:17. Fourth, ANU Erin Chadman. Fifth, Glebe Cecile Fair. Sixth, Newcastle Uni Jules Bosco, and 7th Nepean Georgia Ewan. Winning time 4:19.59, the margins 6.3 and 3.74.
So some of it's all about strategy as well. In that earlier race, I thought that 4:35 was perhaps a little bit slow, but all they had to do was stay in front of the rest of the pack.
Yes,
just
conserve
to make
your
sure
energy.
they got through to the final.
So our third heat is now on the start line with ANU's Chloe Patterson in lane 1, coached by Edward BN. In lane 2, Catherine Maxwell from Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Francesca Di Gialanardo. In lane 3, from St George Rowing Club, Leilani Turpin, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 4, Palmina Grady from Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 6, from North Shore, Jeanette Pendleton. In lane 7, from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh. And in lane 8, from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Louise Termine.
So Lizzie and I are just chatting amongst ourselves here, noting that Helen Frith got through to the final in the C grade. So we wait and see if she gets through to the final in the D grade. She's going to have a very busy morning. So the racing is underway. We're just getting some fantastic video there from the umpire's boat following.
And again, we've got a real mix here, haven't we? Some masters rowers, some school rowers, and some club rowers.
Excellent. And just where the sun has now burst through, the clouds have burnt off, and it's just reflecting on our screen, so we can't quite see very clearly some of the video footage, but I'm sure those of you watching at home or on the big screen outside will be able to see what's happening. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. We'll get a much clearer picture then. And our fantastic volunteers in the timing hut down there.
Yes, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? So for those of you, as we were saying earlier, who don't know what goes on behind the scenes, along the side of the course we have timing huts. And in those timing huts sit volunteers who press a button that relates to a lane. When the bow ball of the crew crosses a certain line, and that enables us to see what the split is on our screen. So we can see that Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales has just gone past the 500 metre mark in a time of 2 minutes 6.22 seconds. Chloe Patterson from ANU sitting second. She's 2.3 of a second behind Helen, and Annabelle Singh from the University of New South Wales is in third, 0.8 of a second. That's virtually nothing. So a great race going on between the two University of New South Wales scullers and ANU, the meat in the sandwich. It's then Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie, but she's 8.42 seconds down on Annabelle Singh. So it does seem to be those three university rowers who are battling it out for the three qualifying spaces at the halfway mark, at the 500 metre point.
And the reality is they don't actually need to battle with an 8-second margin back. All they've got to do is stay in front. But sometimes it's fun, your competitive nature takes over. And
you're speaking from experience there, are you?
But you don't want to burn yourself out before the final as well. And certainly for Helen Frith, she's got 2 finals now to race in, so she'll be conserving energy, we would think. She's looking pretty comfortable there. She's not well, she's going strong. To have such a comfortable lead, if it was me, I'd certainly be just cruising by now.
So it's quite interesting when you've got really good conditions, though. You've also got the option of testing yourself against your own personal best and seeing if you can see if you can better yourself. So even if you were coming 4th or 5th, there's in rowing always this self-driven competition with yourself, isn't there? And
you get the fastest heat times will usually get the premium lanes in the final as well. But then you can sort of play fox and just make it and be in an outside lane and then come smash it in the final. So great finish here as she's coming up. Helen Frith putting in a very strong finish. She's about 5 strokes out from the finish line. She will take the lead in this race. She's going to be followed across by Chloe Patterson from the ANU, then Annabelle Singh from the University of New South Wales. Then there's a big gap back to the rest of the pack, and it will be Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie who will cross the line shortly. And she has been followed across by Parmina Grady from Nepean. She'll then be followed across by Leilani Turpin from St George. She's turning around, looking for that line. Then Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore. And over the far side, our very own Catherine Maxwell from Glebe.
Who's looking pretty pleased to see that finish line. So
looking pretty pleased. Catherine's she's been going for a few years, but a relative novice. Started again very late in life. Was terrified of the single, so just to be out there racing is actually a real achievement. 100%. And I'm sure she'll be very proud of that row, even though it wasn't a qualifier.
Good for her.
Yeah.
So confirming the results of that 3rd heat of the women's D grade single scull, it was a win for the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith. 2nd, ANU, Chloe Patterson. And 3rd, University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh. Those 3 progressed through to the final. 4th, Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. 5th, Nepean, Palmina Grady. 6th, St George, Leilani Turpin. 7th, North Shore, Janet Pendleton. 8th, Glebe Rowing Club's Catherine Maxwell. The winning time, 4 minutes 19.79. The margins 2.59 and 2.51, so that was our 2nd fastest time of the day, comparing with 4:19.59 for Freya and Warner Van Dyke in the previous heat. So come back at 11:17 to see those 9 scullers from those 3 heats battle it out in the final of the women's D grade single scull. Our next race will be over 2,000 metres and will be the men's A-grade coxless pairs. We've only got 2 contestants. Both are from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and coached by Sam Fennessy, the development coach there. In lane 5 we will have Mitchell Caponis and Patrick Burke, and in lane 6 Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson, and that will kick off in about 3 minutes' time.
And we expect them to see them going neck and neck all the way down the course.
So we have a start in our men's A-grade coxless pairs where we have two UTS crews racing each other. And it looks to me as though they're not going hell for leather. They're having a gentlemanly race here against each other. In lane 5 we have Mitchell Caponis. That's the guy wearing the hat. And in the bow seat, Patrick Burke, coached by Sam Fennessy and Matthias Ungermark. And in lane 6, the crew of Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson. That's to the right of the screen as we're looking at them now. So later on today we will see these A-grade coxless pairs combine with others to form crews and race against each other again, UTS versus UTS in the men's A-grade coxless 4, where Jack Henderson and Pete Waldersee are going to match up with Mitch Blackmore-Cram and Lucas Stefanovic. And Pat Burke will form up with Henry Blackwell, Joe Lynch and Luca Malozzi to form another coxless 4. So UTS Haberfield encouraging, I think, the crews from other clubs to come and give them a race, certainly in the B-grade coxless 4, which will take place at just gone 1 o'clock this afternoon. They have got some competition from ADF Rowing, a couple of crews from the University of New South Wales. Nepean Rowing Club have chucked Jason Waddell in a 4, and so have Canberra Rowing Club come to the party. So we should see some good racing in the B grade category coxless 4s, but in the A grade it looks it's really just UTS Haberfield this year, where we would normally see Sydney Rowing Club as well. So we can see those pairs like a gentleman's agreement, just paddling side by side. They have reached the halfway mark.
I would say wait until we get them close to the end, Lizzie, then we'll see it all happening.
Unleash. They will unleash the beast, yeah. So certainly with Mitchell Caponis, we're looking at somebody who was competing in the under-23 category of sculling earlier on in the season, so good fun for him later on in the season to be able to turn his hand to sweep rowing. And that's the third quarter done, so still paddling long, relatively strong, definitely were at a rate of about 18 strokes a minute, but we can see now Peter Waldersee just starting to lift the rate of striking slowly up to about 23 now. And both crews, we would hope, will start to lift it now and race it into the finish line. Beautiful footage again from the bow canvas of our umpire's catamaran. And we can see now Mitchell Koponis and Pat Burke. A very slight lift in power rather than rate, still rating in the low 20s.
Here they go. Last 250, now we're seeing the proper racing. So they've been playing cat and mouse, or whatever you want to call it, outfoxing each other, just cruising. They were watching each other as they come down, and now as they come into the last 100 metres or so, they're really piling on the power. And it's Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson, I think, pushed really hard trying to catch up with Mitch Koponis and Patrick Burke, who just looked to have that extra bit of power. And have managed to pull themselves a length in ahead of Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson. So this was almost like one of those cycling things, like where they go round and round and round, and then as they come to the final stretch, the game's on.
Oh, and sadly we see the umpire raise a red flag. So it was all for nothing. Cat and mouse down the course and raising the rate of striking at the end there, but I think judged not to have competed honestly throughout the entire course. So a time of 8:09. Some dubious honours to Mitch Koponis and Patrick Burke as they come across the line first ahead of Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson, both from UTS Haberfield in the A-grade coxless pair, but disqualified, I believe, through unsportsmanlike behaviour. Yeah. So on the course now, we've got the C-grade double scull for men, where we've got 3 heats, and the first 3 in each heat will progress through to the final. In lane 2, Black Mountain, Oliver Manning and Matthew Rickard. In lane 3, Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Vlahos and Josh Dallimore. In lane 4, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Michael Hugh and Peter Petar Simkovic, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar. In lane 5, from Nepean Rowing Club, James Baker and Nicholas Walsh, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore, coached by Kenny Major. In lane 7, from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Trobe and Hamish Ridd, coached by Mark Krakowski and Tom Hayes. And in lane 8, from the University of New South Wales, Fraser Wilson and Nityan Bansal, coached by Cameron Butler.
So here, Lizzie and I were chatting about this earlier. We have the very interesting scenario of Robert Dallimore and Ken Major racing together. Robert Dallimore is Josh's father, who's racing with Chris Vlahos. So father and son in the same race. So Josh and Chris are juniors. I think Chris was out here at the Australian the championships and competing hard with one of his doubles partners. I think they were under 17s. Josh is relatively new to rowing, coached proudly by his dad, who rowed about 25 years ago and has decided to get back into it, and we're seeing the competitive spirit come back out. So really fun when you see these sorts of things happening on the rowing course, and we see quite a lot of this at a community club like Glebe, where the juniors often come in and the parents look at it and think, "Ooh, I might have a go," or if the parents have encouraged them to row because they rowed themselves, "Oh, I might get back in a boat and see how I go." So great to see this sort of thing happening. I expect we'll see Ken and Rob not give much mercy to the young'uns, but we'll see how it pans out. So we're just waiting for them to line up to the start line. They're just drifting to the start line now. I can see Rob Dallimore looking across to make sure Josh is okay. So this is the first heat of the men's C grade double scull about to start, and they're just underway. There are 3 heats in this event, so it will be the first 3 through to the final. And as I expected, we can see Ken Major and Rob Dallimore got off to a very good start. And over the far side there, that's Black Mountain. Oliver Manning and Matthew Rickard also got a very strong start, and probably leading the field this early, but we wait and see how it pans out as they get closer to us. Looking down the course, the lights reflecting off the glassy conditions. It's just a perfect day for rowing. So only the first 3 through to the final, and I think it's going to be a battle to make sure they're going to be one of those first 3. The whole field looks fairly close together at the moment. We can see the Black Mountain crew have a lead out in front of everyone else, but otherwise they look pretty even.
So we've seen Matthew Rickard here in New South Wales a number of times over the course of the previous season. He's a lightweight rower, and he's doubling up with Oliver Manning, who's a school rower, in that lane 1 combination there. So Matthew did represent ACT in the lightweight men's coxless 4 in the interstate regatta. It's been great to see him have such a steady foundational season, and we wish him all the best for next season. Certainly looks like he's bringing his A game to this race here. The first 3 to progress through to the final in the men's C grade double scull.
So the Black Mountain crew over on the far side did have a lead to start with, but the rest of the field has either caught up to them or they've dropped back. Very close out there in the middle lanes, in lanes 3, 4 and 5. So closest to us is Ken Major and Rob Dallimore. I know they won't give up the fight. Then probably over in lane 3, the Leichhardt crew of Michael Hui and Peter Simovic. Probably pushing hard. Squeeze between them is the Nepean crew of James Baker and Nicholas Walsh. So, and then the young'uns from Glebe over there, Josh Dallimore and Chris Vlahos, putting in everything to see if they can keep up with the more experienced crews. Will they be able to reel in this Leichhardt crew and Josh's dad over here and the other Glebe crew? But the Black Mountain, no, they've got it. They're a good length and a half ahead. They're just cruising to the finish line. They're going to be followed across. Oh, it's going to be a photo. Oh, absolutely a photo. So between Ken Major and Rob Dallimore and Michael Hui and Peter Simkovic, the young'uns from Glebe, Chris Vlahos and Josh Dallimore, were then pretty close behind, only 0.92 of a second. Then further back to James Baker and Nick Walsh from Nepean, and Fraser Wilson and Nitya Bansal from the University of New South Wales. An exciting finish there. We just wait the outcome of the photo. So the winning time was 3 minutes 37.06. So the three crews that will go through will be Oliver Manning and Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain, Michael Hui and Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt, and Ken Major and Robert Dallimore from Glebe. And only 0.92 of a second in it with young Josh Dallimore and Chris Vlahos following them through.
Yeah, certainly an excellent race. Well, our second heat is now in progress in the men's C grade double scull. We've got Nepean Rowing Club in lane 2, represented by Angus George and Lockie Rogers. In lane 3, we have the Australian Defence Force rowing crew of Benjamin Lim and Christopher Beston. In lane 4, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nico Colantonio and Jeremy Cooper. In lane 5, from Newcastle University, Jacob Cobley and Vaughan Henderson. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. And in lane 7, from the University of New South Wales, Rossith Johnston and Harry O'Donnell, coached by Cameron Butler.
So the photo has just come through from that previous race, and it was 0.01 of a second. I would call it a tie. And it was the surge from Ken Major and Robert Dallimore who really upset the apple cart there. So out on the course now, we have the second heat coming through. Again, it could be very close to make sure who the first three through are. I would say Angus George and Lockie Rogers from Nepean over on the far side seem to have it reasonably comfortably, along with Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa from Glebe on this side. They'll be followed through, it looks pretty comfortable, by Ben Lim and Christopher Burston from the ADF rowing. So those will be the first three qualifiers. They'll be followed across by Nico Colantonio and Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt, and Jacob Cobley and Vaughan Henderson from Newcastle Uni. We seem to be missing the University of New South Wales crew.
So their final will be at 12:32, and confirming that going through to that final will be Nepean Rowing Club's Angus George and Lockie Rogers, Glebe Rowing Club's Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa, and ADF Rowing Benjamin Lim and Christopher Beeston. Yes, it's exciting. So we have the third heat on the course now, and in lane 2 we have the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements and Marcus Black, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Frank Skukamara and Tim Spiteri. In lane 4 for St George Rowing Club, Cromwell Olivier and Robert Olivier, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, William Spooge and Lucas van der Westhuizen, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar. In lane 6 for Black Mountain, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan. And in lane 7 for the University of New South Wales, Wilton Martin and Chris Burns, coached by Cameron Butler. I don't think I've seen Chris Burns race for a while. He's normally coaching. Good luck to University of New South Wales. They're bookending this third heat in lanes 2 and lanes 7. And then we've got another father-son combination, I think, there from St George Rowing Club. Cromwell Olivier, who we saw race in the single scull yesterday, and I believe it's his son Robert. And we also saw his daughter Charlotte in the single yesterday. Keeping it as a family affair. Oh, right, so looking at the screen, we've got a couple of scratches there. Lane 1, Clements and Black from University of New South Wales have scratched. And in Lane 6, the Black Mountain crew of the Masters, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan, have scratched. And they're off.
And you mentioned the Oliviers yesterday when we had Robin Mackney, obviously watching the live feed at home, sent me a message as I was calling Cromwell Olivier from St George was in a race, and she said a little bit of trivia. She taught Crom Olivier. He was a pupil at Glebe High School in his early school years. Yeah.
So we continue to have beautiful conditions, and we also continue to have really tight racing in the men's C grade double scull event. The first 3 crews will progress through to the final, which will be at 12:32.
So I can only see 4 boats out there. I
Yes,
wasn't listening as you called them. Yes, so
Glebe in lane 3, St George in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5, and University of New South Wales in lane 7.
So to qualify, you just don't have to come last in this one.
That's true.
But it still looks like it's pretty tight. The last place getter, which seems to be, is it the Leichhardt crew in lane 5?
And they
just
would
seems
be
to be
juniors
slightly
because they're in
behind.
that junior squad that's coached by Isaac Shepherd. Must say their names are not that familiar. So Van der Westhuizen is, but from paddling, not from rowing.
So as they come through the 500 metres, it's Will Martin and Chris Burns from the University of New South Wales, with about a second lead over the St George crew of Cromwell Olivier and Robert Olivier, and then very close on their tail, only 0.65 of a second, Glebe's Frank Scucimara and Tim Spiteri. Then at nearly 6 seconds back to the Leichhardt crew of William Spurry and Lucas van der Westhuizen. So they're just coming into the, probably about 150, 200 metres out. The crew from University of New South Wales, Will Martin and Chris Burns, has held their lead, but the other 2 crews across the other side, Jack Clements, the Glebe crew of Frank Scucimara and Tim Spiteri, and the Cromwell brothers, I guess they're brothers, have decided to have a good old race, and they're going neck and neck up to the finish line. So just seeing what they can do, looking very nice as they come up to the finish line. But the St George crew of Cromwell Olivier and Robert Olivier just took it by about half a canvas over Glebe's Frank Scucimara and Tim Spiteri. Then they were followed across by Will Martin and Chris Burns, who will be the 3 crews that go through to the final. They were followed through by what appear to be the juniors crew from Leichhardt of William Spurry and Lucas van der Westhuizen.
Confirming the results of the 3rd and final heat of the men's C-grade double scull, a win for St George, Olivia and Olivia. 2nd, Glebe, Scucimari and Spiteri, and 3rd, University of New South Wales, Martin and Burns. They progress through to the A final. 4th, Leichhardt, Spudge and van der Westhuizen. Winning time 3 minutes 34.68, margins 0.49 and 4.53. And we are moving back to 2,000 metres now, aren't we? And back to women's sculling.
So we're now back to the women's B grade single scull, and we can see the boats actually lining up to the boat holders. If you're watching on the screen, you can see the pairs that the boat holders hold on to are not in the centre of the lanes, and this is following the recent rains. Apparently the whole starting area down there has moved slightly across the lake, so the crews as they start need to get themselves into the centre of their lane and then away as they start. So a little bit of tactics here, take a little bit of experience, and we have seen some of the crews, particularly where there's steering, just taking some adjustment to get themselves sorted, because you don't want to be in the middle of a start routine and suddenly be catching buoys, in this case on your bow side blade. So the crew that's in front of the screen, you can see it's the rower, the sculler, you can see that she's actually pointed towards the centre of the lane. If I was doing it myself, I probably wouldn't have quite such an angle, but we can't, they've got to sort it out themselves. So I've just been joined by Stuart Johns, who's, was it John?
It's just a straight surname.
Just a single John we have here.
It's the same as Elton.
Yeah.
You know, he's the famous cousin that we've got from way back.
Yeah. So you will now enjoy Lizzie's going off to do some other important things. Usually help. It's a classic of Lizzie is she's going to help out somewhere. Not one to sit idle, but Stuart has now joined us, and we watched his masterclass in pair rowing just about 10-20 minutes ago.
It was pairs rowing. I don't know if I think you're being very generous there, Mark, saying that it was a masterclass. But, you know, I guess that's one of the... It's such a hard boat to get used to, but we were talking off air how when you get a pair to go and to flow, it is so much fun, and it is so great to sort of sit there and have it, and it's such a great opportunity. I know for me, you know, coming in with the Paris stuff, you know, to be able to race the single scull against some different people, to be able to race the double scull yesterday and now the pairs events, as a para athlete, it's fantastic. You know, it's that opportunity that, you know, you get to go out and a lot lower pressure kind of a thing. And I have been told, by Rob Glendenning, that I need to race some great events in the pairs
and
next year. So
just to fill us in, Stuart, how many medals have you picked up so far this regatta?
It's three. It's three
That's
medals
fantastic.
For the para events. So
fantastic.
And then we got a nice little fifth in the lead sled, the coxed 4 yesterday towards the end. And
the lead sled. I love it. I've never heard it called that, but
Chris
it's an apt.
McCarthy called it that. So a lot of fun there as we see the scullers getting ready to go in the first heat of the women's B grade single sculls. So it should be a fascinating race, this one. And as you can see, just towards the start of the 2K, that the buoy line and the fingers are not quite aligned as well as what they normally are. So there's a little bit of an angle, and then it's really tricky to try and have it. So as we'll see here, as our rowers go off, you've sort of got to make that instant adjustment to try and have it so as that you're not hugging the buoy lines and you're not going too far across. So quite a few of them, you can see a few heads turning around, a couple of big strokes there on the stroke side, and now everyone looks to be fairly straight now and away from the buoy line. So they are underway, heat number 1 of the women's B grade single sculls, first 4 through to the final. And lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Charlotte Steele, coached by Charlie Patterson. Lane 3 from St George, Tessa Jones, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 5 from St George Rowing Club, Charlotte Olivier, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Sandra Sweeney, coached by Alex Hodges. And in lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester. And it's fantastic to see. I was having a look at the results earlier. We do have timing points throughout the people on the timing huts throughout the regatta course. So everyone will get the chance to be able to see exactly where they're sitting as we see our scullers going through the 250 and heading up towards that first 500 metre timing hut. And it is so important, Mark, to have volunteers out because our regattas simply don't run without them.
Absolutely, and Lizzie and I were talking about this earlier, that it's the we're all volunteers, so it's the volunteers that make the regattas work, and if you're coming out here at any time to watch someone row, by all means contact Rowing New South Wales and put your hand up to volunteer. It's timing, you get the best view of what's happening on the course from the timing huts, and certainly if you're lucky enough to be in timing in the finish tower. So we're getting some fantastic video here of the ladies as they come down in this first heat of the women's B grade single scull. They're just coming up now to the first 500 metre mark, and so we'll get a clear picture, but it does look to be Tessa Jones from St George who has the lead. She's followed through by Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, then Charlotte Olivia from St George. We've just had a couple of Olivias in a doubles race, so must be a whole family of them out there.
There's a few of them. I've got 3 younger brothers, and I've always wanted to get them into rowing so we could have a John quad going down the course at a Masters Championships. Yeah. It's proving to be a little bit of a struggle. It does look like
although you mentioned it, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but there would be timing at the 500 metre mark. There's no timing coming up, so again we are a little bit short of volunteers, so
always needed.
Hugely helpful to those racing when you can even go back after the race and see the time splits.
Absolutely.
So anyone ready to put your hand up? Go for it. Sorry,
yeah, I was just going to say, so we've got on the screen at the moment from the BRO boat, we're having a look at Elizabeth Lester from Glebe on the right-hand side. And in the centre, we've got Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Clubs. She's the club president out at Canberra Rowing Club. They've got a fairly large contingent that are out here for the Trickett Regatta. They always like to send up a large contingent for Trickett. So Sandra Sweeney sitting in the qualification positions at the moment.
We talked about this yesterday, Stuart, with the Canberra takeover. It seems Canberra's only a small place, isn't it? How come there's so many of you?
Look, you know,
magnificent lake.
It is a magnificent lake, and I mean the 1800 course. Obviously, it's a little bit shorter than standard, but it is a fantastic place to row. And when you've got the really nice conditions, even if you're going out for a training paddle along the lake, and you go through Central Basin, you've got Parliament off to one side, the War Memorial off to the other. During the Canberra Balloon Festival in early March, you've got all the hot air balloons all around you, and provided you're not in amongst with all the kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders and all that kind of thing. But it really is stunning, and sort of people, because I'm from Queensland, and people go, why do you row in Canberra in winter when it's, you know, -5 and there's water freezing on your oars and all that kind of thing? But when the water's dead flat and you're just absolutely loving it, it is a hell of a lot of fun.
So they've just come through the 1,000 metre mark, and again, it doesn't look like we have timing there, but
we had timing for my race.
It was very close together between, I think it was Tessa Jones and Nikki Lepresti.
Yeah, so we'll keep a bit of an eye out on those ones. We've just got a couple of scullers towards the back. We can see there again the view of Elizabeth Lester from Glebe and Sandra Sweeney from Canberra in the 2 lanes there.
So it's first 4 through. There are 6 in the race, so really there'll be 4 of them working to keep ahead of the others. There is one rower that I can see now, they're getting into view from the tower, that is way back, and that looks to be St George's,
Tessa Jones.
Tessa Jones. So we may have miscalled that a bit earlier. And then the real battle is on, I think, as to who's going to come 5th. But I would hazard a guess that over on the far side, Charlotte Steele from Sydney Rowing Club is just a little bit behind the rest of the field. But I'm really taking a gamble and saying that.
Yeah, so it looks to be Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, Charlotte Olivia from St George, Sandra Sweeney from Canberra, and Elizabeth Lester from Glebe. Our top 4 at the moment as they come up towards the 1,500 metres, and then back a little bit further to Charlotte Steele from Sydney Rowing Club, and then Tessa Jones from St George, as we just see there. Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Club, just keeping that rating nice and low, looking very controlled there. And really, if you're ahead of, you've got to beat 2 people to be able to qualify for the final. And Trickett really is one of those regattas where we have, I think we had a couple of our women's races, had 6 races yesterday. So you've really got to conserve your energy where you can, rather than just trying to absolutely blitz it off the blocks.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, because, okay, it'd be nice to have the really good lane, the centre lane for the finals. But sometimes, though, it's centre lane or more energy.
Yeah.
Left in the tank.
And, you know, again, as you say, a 2,000 metre race takes a lot more out of you than a 1,000 metre race. So a lot more tactics go into a race like this. And I know Liz Lester is a great tactician and a fantastic athlete. So now they're coming closer into view. You can see she has a clear lead over Charlotte Steele over on the far side. So there's really no need for the first 4 to put any more effort in than they can, except to stay ahead of the current 5th place position, which is Charlotte Steele over on the far side. Then it's further back to Tessa Jones from St George.
So it's really a battle in 2. There's 2 different races going on. You've got Nikki Lepresti and Charlotte Olivier from Leichhardt and St George. They're our top 2 at the moment. And then Elizabeth Lester from Glebe and Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Club. I know Sandra is a very determined individual. I think she was a former netballer, very high performance netballer down in Canberra back in the day before getting into rowing. Very tall lady, so she was spotted by one of the NTC coaches or the ACTAS coach and said, have you thought about getting into rowing? And so she's taken that up and taken it up with absolute gusto.
But look at this, Liz Lester's probably doing 22 strokes a minute, if that, maybe 24, but just cruising. There's no point in expending the energy. I think all the leaders are just cruising, except for the St George sculler there. Charlotte Olivia has decided to put on a bit of a burst as she comes up to the final 50-odd metres or so. Short-lived, she's got a nose in front, and now she's just dropped it back down again. Taking it easy as
almost
they...
synchronised there for a while. And then Charlotte just bumped it up again.
So that was Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, St George's Charlotte Olivier, followed across by Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, cruising along very comfortably Sandra Sweeney from Canberra, as is Elizabeth Lester, just cruising across the line. Then there's probably 50 metres or more back to Sydney Rowing Club's Charlotte Steele, who's missed out on the qualifier, and quite some distance back to Tessa Jones from St George. So the proof is in the pudding there. The winning time, 8 minutes 53.22. We'd expect in the final to see that nudging 8 minutes, I think.
Yeah, it'll be a lot quicker, but certainly all the scullers making sure that they kept a very chilled out sort of race. Once you're ahead of the other 2 crews, other 2 scullers, then no need to go too far. So Charlotte Olivia, Nikki Lepresti, Sandra Sweeney and Elizabeth Lester to go through to the final of the women's B grade single sculls. As we just see Tessa Jones from St George coming across the line now.
And out on the course, we have the second heat of the women's B grade single scull. Over on the far side, we have Asia Raffay, coached by Alan Bennett from Sydney Uni Rowing Club, who's not to be judged. And she's been given a handicap. And Lizzie was telling me, I'm not au fait too much with what's happening here, but it's a final practice run before she heads off to the Olympic trials. So,
yeah, so I'll go back to that one. We've just got in lane 3 from St George, Amanda Barrett, lane 4 from Glebe, Isabel Bugg, lane 5 from Leichhardt, Grace Conroy, in lane 6 from St George, Bianca McKenzie, lane 7 from Leichhardt, Josephine Egan, and lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson. But Aisha, as you say, Mark, she's off a 30-second handicap. She's not being judged in this event. She's actually from Singapore and was a 2016 Rio Olympian. leaving tomorrow for Korea to race in the Asia-Oceania Olympic qualifying regatta, where she needs to finish in the top 5 to be able to qualify for Paris. So she was coached back in 2016 by AB, Alan Bennett, and she's come back to Australia rowing with Sydney University as part of that Olympic preparation. So we wish Aisha good luck for the Asia-Oceania Olympic qualifying regatta. So she'll fly out tomorrow for Korea for that one.
Well, with her 30-second handicap, she's certainly reeled in the rest of the field. They're just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, and she's right up there with the rest of the field now. So pretty good effort. I expect to see her fly down the course as they come up to the final part of this race. So in terms of the rest of the race, it does seem to be Georgina Stevenson who closest to us, who has a lead. Then a little bit hard to call, but it's out in the middle of the field. Amanda Berendt from St George over in lane 3, and Isabel Bugg from Glebe in lane 4. Then I would hazard a guess that it is going to be Grace Conry, or no, Bianca McKenzie perhaps. Oh no, there's another rower way back, so it must have been an incident. So that would be Georgina Stevenson's in lane 8. That would be Bianca McKenzie from St George, yes, is currently holding 4th position. So to qualify to go through to the final. And look at the am I saying this correct? Asia Raffay.
Asia Raffay.
Asia Raffay. She's starting to
made up a fair amount of ground there. It's worthwhile pointing out as well, we've got Isabel Bugg, Grace Conry and Georgina Stevenson are all schoolgirl rowers.
Yes.
So they're sort of rowing in the, rowing in the grade events here at the Trickett Regatta, obviously the grade championships. So it'll be interesting to see if Aisha is able to catch Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club over in lane number 8. And I'd suggest with about 250 metres to go, she probably will if she keeps that rating nice and high. So in the battle for the qualification positions, we have Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 1st place, Amanda Berendt from St George in 2nd, Isabel Bugg from Glebe in 3rd, and then it is between Josephine Egan from Leichhardt and Bianca McKenzie from St George, and then it does look like that Grace Conry from Leichhardt may have had a bit of an issue early on in the race because she is quite a distance back at the moment.
Stuart, I think Georgina Stevenson seen Asia coming at her, and she's thought, I'm not going to let her catch me, and she upped her rating. She's pouring it on just for this last bit of the finish here, keeping it strong and smooth. But I dare say she's looking out of the corner of her eye and just making sure she's going to stay in front.
So Sydney Rowing Club's Georgina Stevenson coming up towards the finish, and she will hold off a very fast finishing Aisha Raffay. So the heat win will go to Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, with 2nd place, well, not to be judged, will be Aisha Raffay from Sydney University and also the Singapore rowing team. So again, best of luck for Aisha for the rowing in Korea for the Asia-Oceania qualification regatta. In 2nd place, it will be the St George scull, Amanda Berendt, finishing just ahead of Isabel Bugg from Glebe in the matching maroon zooty and maroon boat.
We try.
It's a good colour, maroon, but I suspect not many people down here would agree with me around State of Origin time. And then in the 4th and final qualification position, Josephine Egan from Leichhardt is just over a boat length ahead of Bianca McKenzie from St George. So we'll just see Josephine just coming across the line now. And she will qualify for the final ahead of St George's Bianca McKenzie. And then Leichhardt's Grace Conroy just about at the 1,500 metres. So it looks as though may have had a little bit of an issue, may have even been a wee capsize. Back in the boat now and rowing through to the finish. So the winning time in that heat was 8 minutes 39.63. So Georgina Stevenson really putting on the afterburners there. The qualifiers for the final, again, Aisha wasn't judged in that event. So the qualifiers will be Georgina Stevenson, Amanda Barron, Isabel Bugg and Josephine Egan.
So you were saying how much you like the colour maroon as far as, which is the glebe colours, and I understand the history of it is that way back in the early days, Blackwattle Bay was surrounded by a lot of heavy industry, including an abattoir, which discharged all their waste into the water, and quite often the water was just blood red, and that's where the colour came from.
Well, that's delightful. I'm pretty sure that's not the case for Queensland, but I know that the old Glebe Rugby League club with the Dirty Reds.
Yes, so the Dirty Reds originated in Glebe, and some say that the Manly Warringah stole their colours from Glebe as well. I don't know their history though.
So we're just seeing coming into the final stages now for Grace Connery from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So still maintaining a nice steady rhythm as she heads in towards the finish. So again, schoolgirl rower, and I'd suggest that there were a little bit of an issue early on. So, but she's certainly making that boat run very nicely, not letting an earlier incident sort of affect how she's rowing through to the finish.
Certainly, it would have had to been something went wrong, because she's looking great out there and would have been in the running to be rowing like that. Although, just had a little bit of a hiccup there, but yeah, fantastic. If you're in the grandstand, give her a round of applause. Great effort. And now we come back to the 1,000 metre mark for the men's D grade double sculls. This all again, I expect to be some exciting racing. So we have 2 heats. So it will be the first 4 progressing through to the final. They're just, it's a little way off yet. They're not quite up at the start line. So we'll
10:02.
Tell you all about it when we see some action starting to happen.
Nick, do you appreciate this, by the way? How believe is she? Look, the efforts I go to for you.
I don't think it would look better if you had a Judy on instead.
Somebody, there's a captain in my shed that looked at me like I'm a lunatic when I suggested racing the Trickett because, you know, novices and all. So no Judy. Next year. Don't worry, we'll keep the pressure up on her too.
Yeah.
She keeps chickening out because she's racing school. Come on. We know you're a good scholar. I'm not taking on that. Don't worry, it's not your fault, eh? Yeah. Are you really going to show the video of her falling in? Oh no. Okay.
And we have the first heat, so race 64, the first heat of the men's D-grade double scull, just lining up now, about to start. Over on the far side, representing ADF Rowing, is David Newman and Rowan J. Wardena. In lane 3 from Des Moines, Hudson Donovan and Carl Hooks, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 4 from St George, Jake McAfee and Aidan West, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 5 from Sydney, Charlie Huggins and Frederick Way, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Levi Rosensvet and Robbie Island, coached by Cameron Butler. And in lane 7 from St George, Victor Laker and Jacob Wilson, coached by Mark Featherstone.
And they are underway in race number 64. So it's the first heat of the men's D-grade double sculls. And we can see there our crews heading off the line and heading down there. So the view there of the St George crew of Victor Laker and Jacob Wilson in lane number 7. So this is the D grade, and it certainly looks like that's a schoolboy crew that's in that St George boat. Behind them, we've got the University of New South Wales, Levi Rosensvet and Robbie Island is just on the middle of the screen at the moment. So there's 2 crews there. So it's back over 1,000 metres for this one. We've got 2 heats, first 4 through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So you've only got to beat 2 crews to be able to make it through.
And look at that one.
And it's a great view of a hand and a watch as we look there towards Victor Laker and Jacob Wilson from St George. And it does look like they're just having a few dramas with the steering. It can be a little bit tricky if you're not used to the foot steering, getting out there. I remember jumping into a boat with someone during one race, and I offered for him to stroke, and then he told me afterwards he'd never rode foot steering in his life. So,
did you go straight?
We did not. So out in front at the moment, it does look to be the University of New South Wales, and then across over on the far side, we've got Des Moines leading St George, ADF Rowing, and then back a little bit further to Sydney Rowing Club, it looks like, in lane number 5. That's just a wee bit off the pace through those as they're coming up into the 500 metres. So again, that view from the BRO boat out towards St George and the University of New South Wales, and then looking across to the second St George crew, as we just see University of New South Wales in the lead ahead of Des Moines, and then back to the St George crew of McAfee and West. So that's 1, 2 and 3, with ADF Rowing sitting in 4th place, just under a boat length ahead of the St George crew of Laker and Wilson, and then back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Huggins and Way.
So the battle's going to be on for that 4th place, although not much of a battle. They were couple of seconds behind the ADF crew, which was sitting in 4th position at the 500, but that St George crew did look like it was possibly starting to gain some ground. So we wait and see as they get in closer. They're probably about 300, 350 metres out at the moment.
Yeah, Sydney's making a big comeback as well. So in the middle, the ADF rowing crew, so no Rowan J. Wardena. So it's wonderful, these regattas, because we have that mix of masters, so the young bucks and the old bulls in some of the races. So Rowan J. Wardena would be one of the older rowers going through, but he's still very, very fast. Sydney have absolutely flown through that middle 250 metres, and I'd suspect that they've got themselves out in front of ADF Rowing, who are just keeping a nice, low, steady rate. Out in front, it is the University of New South Wales, Des Moines, Donovan and Hooks sitting in 2nd place, and then St George, McAfee and West 1, 2 and 3. Sydney Rowing Club have rowed through, so they might have just had a wee issue at the start, and they are absolutely flying now into the final stages there. That's Charlie Huggins and Frederick Way. They're now into 4th place ahead of ADF Rowing and St George's Laker and Wilson. Into the final stages, though, it is going to be a strong win for the University of New South Wales. Levi Rosensvet and Robbie Island taking the heat win. 2nd place will go to the St George crew of Jake McAfee and Aidan West, finishing half a boat length ahead of Des Moines, Hudson Donovan and Carl Hooks. Sydney Rowing Club's Charlie Huggins and Frederick Way will finish in 4th and qualify for the final. And then coming through in 5th and 6th, it looks like the St George crew had the steering issues sorted. They'll finish in 5th, just ahead of ADF Rowing in 6th place. So the winning time, 3:47.88. And that was for University of New South Wales, St George, McAfee and West in 2nd, Drummoyne in 3rd and Sydney Rowing Club in 4th. There are our 4 qualifiers for the final.
And Stuart, I think that I was quite amused watching that because the boys from Sydney Rowing Club were doing it purely on youthful brute strength, I think. A little bit messy, but they looked around in disbelief when they saw that they were ahead of the other crews and just gave it everything they got. So roaring down the course, we have the second heat of the men's D-grade double scull. Over on the far side from the University of New South Wales is Fraser Wilson and Nityam Bansal, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 3 from ANU, Neil Curry and Tim Artelaris, coached by William Hatcher. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Massimo Fitzsimon and Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Cullendar. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Hugh Lucas and Nathaniel Lawson, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 6 from St George, Cale Austin and Nikola Brakiewicz, coached by Mark Featherston. And in lane 7 from Endeavour, David Henderson and Alex Bruton, coached by Peter Bond.
So through the 500, it was Drummoyne leading University of New South Wales, St George and Leichhardt all close in behind them. And then a bit of a gap back to ANU in 5th and then Endeavour in 6th place. As we see the footage there of the Drummoyne crew and then Leichhardt over to their left and then looking straight down. So Drummoyne sort of centre left and then off to their right, the St George crew there. You can see the red blades as they're heading down the course, just maybe getting a wee bit close to the boys. And I dare say that's at the moment will be the BROs just letting them know to move back across. As we look now to the Endeavour crew of David Henderson and Alex Bruton.
I'd say a Masters crew practicing for the upcoming championships. Great to see Endeavour have come down for this regatta.
So out in front, we still have, well, it's a nice even race, this one. So we've got the St George crew lane 6, Drummoyne lane 5, and then across to the University of New South Wales in lane number 2, and then back a little bit to Leichhardt. There are 1, 2, 3 and 4. ANU sitting in 5th place, Neil Curry and Tim Artelaris, both of them musos, and both of them been rowing with the club for about 3 or 4 years now. So who's going to qualify in first place? It's St George, just with their bow balls out in front, ahead of the University of New South Wales. Drummoyne sitting in 3rd place, as we just see St George now. Cale Austin and Nikola Brakiewicz going through with the heat win. It'll be a photo for second. I suspect it's just Drummoyne over the University of New South Wales, but we'll wait on confirmation for that. 4th will go to lane number 4, appropriately enough. That's Leichhardt Rowing Club, Massimo Fitzsimon and Luca Wilson. Neil Curry and Tim Artelaris will cross the line in 5th place for ANU, with 6 going to Endeavour's David Henderson and Alex Bruton. So winning time in the first heat of 3:47.88, but a bit of a gap back to second. In the second heat, a winning time of 3:42.95, but they were being pushed the whole way. So again, an interesting final coming up in the men's D-grade double sculls.
And just watching both of those races come down, Stuart, interesting. This is, to me, is what D-grade racing should be all about. You can see the skill levels weren't particularly high, but the enthusiasm was there, mixed in with a few of the older masters who are more refined, but the kids just going for it. Timing often quite a bit out of sync, but
yeah, and
doing it with brute force and enthusiasm.
And the great stuff. And the great thing about these ones is that you can sit there and watch the footage back and go, okay, what am I doing wrong? What do I need to work on? Or do I just look amazing? And that's pretty much it. So I know, looking back at my single race and my doubles race yesterday, there was a thing that I've got that I can now work on over the winter. Something to sort of get me through and try and get that through. So is that for the summer regatta season again, it's back at it.
Oh, so absolutely. And you look at it and think, that's what the coach has been on about for so long.
Absolutely. So we do have a little bit of a gap in the program now. The next race is heat number 1 of the men's C-grade coxless pairs. So that will be at 10:31. So that will start in 20 minutes' time. So we are just about underway for our next race, race number 66, and it's heat number 1 of the men's C-grade coxless pairs. So we've got 2 heats in this one, first 4 through to the finals, with the rest eliminated from this event. So in lane number 2 from the University of New South Wales, we have David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. In lane 3 from St George Rowing Club, Lachlan Dunn and James Hunt. In lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. Lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Sam Goldspring and Ethan Dalton, coached by Jeffrey Brown. In lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Tim Byrne and James Dupree. In lane 7 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Nick Austin and Paul Williams. And in lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Trobe and Eamon Burke. And again, they're coached by Jeffrey Brown.
So interesting to see Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa just got through in the D double a bit earlier. It was D or C, but the
D doubles.
D double.
So I think that's why we had the gap in the program. It allowed everyone to race around, and I guess with lower entries this year, there is that opportunity to be able to spread out the races a little bit and have it so as that everyone can still jump in and do as many races as possible. So I think we're in here for a fascinating finish for the first heat of the men's C grade coxless pairs. So we do have, it does look like the crew in lane number 8 do seem to have some steering issues, because they're well and truly in lane number 9. So that's the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Tom Trobe and Eamon Burke. But
even looking to jump out of lane 9 if they can.
Yeah,
come a little bit further.
Taking the scenic route, but certainly well and truly in the mix there. Leichhardt's Byrne and Dupree out in front at the moment, and the next to them, Goldspring and Dalton from the Canberra Rowing Club. You've got St George's, Dunn and Hunt looking quite nicely out there as well, and then Glebe's Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. So it'll be an interesting finish coming up. So through the 500, it was Leichhardt, then Canberra, St George, Glebe, Black Mountain, second Canberra crew, and then the University of New South Wales at the back of the field in lane number 1.
So that'll be the first 4 through to the final in this race.
So Leichhardt looking very strong out in front at the moment, and certainly they're looking very comfortable. Tim Byrne and James Dupree. And then second place at the moment is the St George crew of Lachlan Dunn and James Hunt, as they're coming up towards the 250 metres. The Canberra Rowing Club crew of Sam Goldspring and Ethan Dalton sitting in third place. And then the battle for fourth will be between Glebe Rowing Club's Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa, and then Black Mountain's Nick Austin and Paul Williams. And then it's a big push coming here from the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 8. So that's Tom Trobe, who's the captain of boats at Canberra Rowing Club, and Eamon Burke from CRC as well. They do think they're having some steering issues, because they are heading towards their bow side a fair bit.
So be real race on for that fourth qualifying position here from Glebe's Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa, Black Mountain's Nick Austin and Paul Williams, and Canberra's Tom Trobe and Eamon Burke. I think the Glebe boys are going to get it though. Yes, now they're getting closer. They're about 50 metres out. They've probably got a length ahead of the Black Mountain crew. Bit hard, could be a photo between Black Mountain and Canberra, but I think Canberra is just making a big push for a comeback. They've corrected their steering issues, yes, so they've just picked the Black Mountain crew. So as they came across the line, that was Leichhardt's Tim Byrne and James Dupree, then in first position at 3 minutes 42.54. They were followed across by Sam Goldspring and Ethan Dalton from Canberra. St George's Lachlan Dunn and Steve Harrison, captain of St George Rowing Club, coming across in third place. And the final qualifier was Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa from Glebe. They were followed across by Tom Trobe and Eamon Burke from Canberra, Nick Austin and Paul Williams from Black Mountain, and rounded out by David Lees and Matthew Bayfield from the University of New South Wales.
Moving on to the heat number 2, and it's lane 2, Black Mountain, Cameron Schmidt and Alistair Bridgewater. Lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Ashley Carr and Sebastian Lane, coached by Jeffrey Brown. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, Michael Hugh and Peter Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Callantar. In lane 5 from St George, Matthew Giller and Dylan Grunsell, coached by Mark Featherston. Lane 6 from Black Mountain, Lucas McLean and Ethan Murphy. Lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday. And lane 8 from North Shore Rowing Club, George Loiterton and Tom Payton, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. As we just see our crews waiting at the start, it's always that excitement, nervousness as you're sitting there waiting for starters' orders, and they are now underway. So it's heat number 2 of the men's C-grade coxless pairs. And interestingly enough, there, Mark, the winning time in the C pairs was a 3:42, which was also the winning time in the last heat of the men's D doubles.
Yes, 3:42 is quite healthy and they
brisk.
didn't really have to work it. They just had to stay ahead of the last ones. But it's a comfortable time.
A very comfortable
I expect
time
we'll
there.
see about 10-15 seconds taken off that in the final.
Absolutely.
Particularly given it's C grade. So as Lizzie and I were saying a bit earlier, you have to earn a few wins under your belt unless you've come from a rowing school to get up into C grade.
And it's worthwhile noting as well that some of the grades you'll see coming up here are particularly for the ACT ones, because the ACT does run off a different grade system. So we've got the 5 grades down in Canberra. And the other one that's interesting between the two jurisdictions is that here we have it where I think you're grade capped at about age 42 or 43. So you can't go above C grade sort of once you're at that age, whereas in Canberra, that minimum age to be grade capped is 55.
Yeah, and again, it happens when you hit, as I rudely discovered, about 60 or 65, but I didn't mind you then be capped at D grade.
So we're just seeing here some steering issues from the Black Mountain crew. That's Lucas McLean and Ethan Murphy just heading back into their lane there. So that's in lane number 6. So you can see behind them the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe and James Halliday. And North Shore's George Loiterton and Tom Payton in the lead. So it's North Shore, University of New South Wales, Black Mountain, Canberra Rowing Club in that final qualification position. Then the Black Mountain crew of McLean and Murphy that we just saw on screen, about 5 seconds back in 5th place. Leichhardt's Michael Hugh and Peter Simkovich in 6th place. And then St George's Matthew Giller and Dylan Grunsell sitting in 7th.
The two crews that are closest to the grandstand here that have the comfortable lead, and then over on the far side, the Black Mountain crew is sitting comfortably there in, comfortably. There was only 0.39 of a second as it came through the 500. So always tricky when you're in crews on one side of the field and you can't quite see what the others are doing way over the far side, and it can sometimes catch you out.
Well, I think that the top 4's looking quite set, and it has, as you say, split up nicely. So lane 8, closest to the grandstand, North Shore, Loiterton and Payton. Lane 7, University of New South Wales, McEnroe and Halliday. And then over on the far side, we've got Black Mountain, Schmidt and Bridgewater leading Canberra Rowing Clubs, Carr and Lang. So it was about even going through the 500 metres, and we're just seeing a push come here from that Black Mountain crew. So not rating too highly, but making sure they're getting plenty of boat run and certainly putting a lot of pressure on as they're coming up towards the finish. We're then back a little bit to the St George crew of Giller and Drumsell, then McLean and Murphy from Black Mountain, and then, Hugh and Simkovich from Leichhardt, McLean and Murphy from Black Mountain, St George, Giller and Grunsell. Out in front, though, it's been a big final 500 from the Black Mountain crew. Cameron Schmidt and Alistair Bridgewater will take the heat win in the second heat of the men's C-grade pairs. Second place will go to lane 8, North Shore. That's Loiterton and Payton ahead of McEnroe and Halliday from the University of New South Wales. Then Carr and Lang from Canberra Rowing Club making up our final qualifier, all very close to each other. Coming through in 5th place will be Michael Hugh and Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, back in their lane will be the Black Mountain crew of Lucas McLean and Ethan Murphy. And then Matthew Giller and Dylan Grunsell from St George in 7th. Winning time for that heat, 3 minutes 41.29. And our crews fairly evenly matched, I think, through that second heat. And I think, again, we're in for some fantastic finals a little bit later on.
So now we actually have a bit of a break up until the men's C grade quad scull final, which is race 68, and that's scheduled for about 20 minutes away. 25 minutes, 27 to be precise. So we'll just take a break.
So rowers just getting underway, getting at the start for our first race coming back. So it's the final of the men's C grade quad sculls, race number 68. In lane 1, we have a crew from Black Mountain of Mark Partridge, Henry Bridgewater, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan. In lane 2, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Franz Gravenhorst, Christopher Gray, Anthony Diancic, Frank McHugh and coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 3 from Nepean Rowing Club, Nicholas Walsh, Angus George, Lockie Rogers, Luca Bazzina, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. As we just see them getting ready at the start there. So it's race number 68, not 67 that we just have on the screen. In lane number 4 from the University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, David Raymond and George Lazarou, so a family affair there. Lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Alex Bohm, Harry O'Donnell, Marcus Black, Jack Clemens, coached by Cameron Butler. As the rowers are now underway. In lane number 6, we have a Black Mountain crew of Lucas McLean, Alistair Bridgewater, Cameron Schmidt and Ethan Murphy. Lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Lucy and John, Nathaniel Lawson, Zachary Neal, David Doust and coached by Sarah Ellis. And then lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Tim Spiteri, Andy Wigan, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. So a number of these crews up and down the course, a fair few times so far over the course of the 2024 Edward Trickett Regatta. As we just see there, the crews from Black Mountain and the University of New South Wales. So Black Mountain just with their bow balls out in front. University of New South Wales just easing away from the edges there of the buoy line and getting back towards the centre of the course. So again, we've got that footage from the BR rowboats heading down towards the finish. You can see the finish tower over on the right-hand side, pretty much behind the left-hand shoulders of that Black Mountain crew of McLean, Bridgewater, Schmidt and Murphy. Looking across, we've got the 2 University of New South Wales crews in the middle of the course, and then across to the bright blue blades of the Nepean Rowing Club. That's Walsh, George, Rogers and Bazzina, and then in behind them the Leichhardt crew of Gravenhurst, Gray, Diancic and McHugh. So our crews now, it'll be a very quick race, this one, the men's C-grade quad scull. Only over 1,000 metres, and you can see there as they're coming up towards the 1,000-metre timing point, there is not a lot to pick between them. So University of New South Wales, less than a second ahead of Leichhardt. The University of New South Wales second crew sitting in third, and then Black Mountain, Nepean, Drummoyne, second Black Mountain crew and Glebe. So all within, first to 7th, all within about 3 seconds of each other. We are in for a fantastic finish based on what we've just seen through the 500. So Black Mountain and the University of New South Wales in lanes 6 and 5 on your screen at the moment as we just see them all very even across the course. Glebe probably just off the back of the pack at the moment, and then Black Mountain in lane number 1 probably just dropping behind a little bit as well. It's University of New South Wales, the Lazarou crew in lane number 4 who had their bow balls out in front with 250 metres to go, but they are being pushed by their compatriots from the University of New South Wales, and then also the Leichhardt crew in lane number 2. Black Mountain not out of the medal contention as things stand at the moment. So, and then the Nepean are also looking to put in a big charge over the last 150 metres. It's the University of New South Wales in lane 4 though. They're with their bow balls out in front. Here come Leichhardt. Here comes the other University of New South Wales crew. Who's going to be able to go through? Black Mountain starting to put in a bit of a push. We're down to the last 100 metres. University of New South Wales have led. Will it be a Uni of New South Wales 1 and 2? That's certainly how it's looking. They're coming into the final stages. There's been some big strokes from the crew in lane 5, but it will be the crew in lane 4 to take the win. Lane 5, University of New South Wales in second, and then I think Black Mountain may just have gone through and pinched a bronze. We'll wait for the photo on that one. So it's University of New South Wales, the Lazarou crew finishing in first, just ahead of the second University of New South Wales crew in lane number 5, and then we'll wait for the photo between Black Mountain in lane 6 and Leichhardt in lane 2. Nepean finished in 5th place, Drummoyne in 6th, and then back to the Black Mountain crew in lane number 1 in 7th, and then Glebe in 8th place. A winning time there, 3 minutes 10.46. It was half a second between first and second. And then it's a photo finish back to third and fourth. So on the barest of margins, will our bronze medalists be decided? We've had a couple of .01 finishes so far during this regatta. How have we gone for this one? So we've got the confirmation. It is Black Mountain with the bronze. That's the crew of McLean, Bridgewater, Schmidt and Murphy going through and taking the bronze medal by 0.35 of a second. So that winning margin was 0.26. The Lazaroo crew from the University of New South Wales in first. Then the crew with Alex Baum, Harry O'Donnell, Marcus Black, Jack Clemens in silver medal position, and then Black Mountain, McLean, Bridgewater, Schmidt and Murphy with the bronze medal. Fantastic finish. 0.26 between first and second, 0.35 between third and fourth. Whew. Take a deep breath because it's all coming down again. We're ready for the start of the women's C grade 8s. And they are underway. So lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, we have Isabel Bugg, Chloe Hitchens, Poppy Hartley, Stella Moore, Julia Vishkovskaya, Emily Barrett, Kitty Elias, Kitty Zuzak and coxed by Catherine Maxwell. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Alyssa Burke, Caitlin Mulqueeny, Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Isabella Niven, Olivia Zargo, Lisa Matthews, Lily Reid is their coxswain and they're coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Lane 5 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextell, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Marcella Cox, Jodie Pangagopoulos, Ashley Lister, Bianca Riley, Renate Impma and coxed by Rendi Roncolato and coached by Sarah Ellis. Lane 6 from St George, Jocelyn Foreman, Leela Smith, Amelia Featherstone, Lily Featherstone, Beth Jacobs, Ava Richardson, Abby Featherstone, Ellen Featherstone, Glenn Shooter is their cox and they're coached by Mark Featherstone. And then lane 7 from Leichhardt, we have Diane Williams, Susan Huggett, M. Barak, Sarah Brown, Nikki Lepresti, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Bourget, India Evans, Sebastian Kladnig is their cox. They're coached by Steve Sherry. As I'm joined in the commentary box by the always effervescent Lizzie Chapman.
Hello, hello. So what a race we've got on here. We've got a bunch of schoolgirls in the Glebe 8 in lane 3 and a bunch of masters in the Leichhardt 8 in lane 7 and everything in between.
And,
fantastic.
And it's nice and even as we're seeing here, coming up towards that 500 metre timing point. It really only the St George crew that I would say are out of the medal running position at the moment. But certainly those other 4, and we just saw in the quad, 4 into 3 doesn't quite go.
No.
So Leichhardt leading the University of New South Wales, Drummoyne and Glebe. It's less than a second between first and third, and it's only a second and a half back to Glebe in fourth place. So not completely out of the running, a little bit trickier to try and make up that ground in the 8s, in that big boat. But you love seeing the big boat energy coming down the course. And certainly not a lot to pick between these crews as they're coming down now. And I suspect that Glebe may just be making a little bit of a move on Drummoyne in that centre lane. So they're now into, they've now got just about 350 metres or so left to go. University of New South Wales and Leichhardt, our 2 leading crews at the moment, and then it's on between Drummoyne and Glebe for that bronze medal. Can they go through and pinch a cheeky bronze? And they're all starting to move up and make it look a little bit closer now. Leichhardt and University of New South Wales, our 2 leaders at the moment. Leichhardt closest to the grandstand. University of New South Wales in lane number 4. Drummoyne starting to put a push on now with Glebe probably about half a boat length back in 4th place. Maybe just out of it with about 200 or so metres left to go. It's the University of New South Wales. Have they got their bow balls out in front of the Leichhardt crew in lane number 7? It's another exciting finish because here come Drummoyne. They've got half a boat length to make up if they're to go through and take a gold, but with about 50 metres or so left to go, they may just have a little bit too... Not enough room left in there. University of New South Wales have moved ahead. Here comes Leichhardt on the surge. It's a photo for first. It's a photo for first between Leichhardt and University of New South Wales. Drummoyne will take the bronze medal. Glebe will finish in 4th place, and then it'll be back a little bit to St George in 5th place. The women's C grade 8, and another fantastic finish. 2 from 2 so far. You've come up and look what happens. It's all tight finishes.
Yeah, it's all exciting. And here we've got a replay on the big screen of that photo photo finish, and oh, it does look as though Leichhardt might just have won by a bow bobble over University of New South Wales.
So we'll get and they're saying Leichhardt unofficially 0.11. Leichhardt over the University of New South Wales. What a fantastic finish there. 1.89 seconds back to Drummoyne in third. So we'll wait for that to tick over to official. But we are...
And in the meantime, we've got the final of the women's D-grade single scull on the course. Annabelle Singh from University of New South Wales has had to withdraw because she was in the 8 that just vied for first position in the previous race. Bianca McKenzie from St George's in lane 2. Kensington Steele from Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 3. Helen Frith from University of New South Wales in lane 4. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Freya Warner de Van Dyke. In lane 6, Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club. 2 ANU scullers, Chloe Patterson in lane 7 and Rebecca Hoffman in lane 8. And then our field is completed by Glebe sculler Belindy Rowe racing in lane 9.
One of the things that I do like about the Trickett Regatta is that you've got a number of family that come down, and both the ANU scullers have their mums here. Chloe's mum visiting up from Melbourne, and Rebecca's mum from the Northern Beaches. And also I saw one of our other ANU rowers as well, Liz Blower's dad, Tony, is out in the grandstand at the moment.
Oh, that is great to hear too. Yes, it is definitely a family affair, as we saw from the St George Rowing Club crew with all those Featherstones in it in the previous race.
So out in front at the moment, it is Freya Warner Van Dyke from Drummoyne Rowing Club. And then across next to her, Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales sitting in second place. And then it's really anyone's guess through for the third place. So ANU's Chloe Patterson was sitting in third place ahead of Belindy Rowe from Glebe, and then Kensington Steele from Newcastle, and Anne Skilton also from Glebe. So they are certainly all with a big show.
Yes, indeed. So a reminder, D-grade single is raced over 1,000 metres. So these are scullers who are just out of novices, probably in their first season of sculling. And I must say, making a really good stab of it, racing really hard there. Drummoyne's Freya Warner Van Dyke had a really good heat, and she's got off to a fairly steady start, but she's being challenged on both sides, and she's responding well to that challenge.
So Freya Warner Van Dyke from Drummoyne, Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales, and Chloe Patterson from ANU, our 1, 2, 3 into the final stages now. Helen Frith may just have a bow ball out in front of Freya Warner Van Dyke, so it's between those two. Chloe Patterson coming with a big finish there as well, but she looking like in third place. Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales, a canvas ahead of Freya Warner Van Dyke. Here comes Chloe Patterson as well. She'll just finish off the pace. It will be a win for Helen Frith. Second to Drummoyne's Freya Warner Van Dyke. Chloe Patterson from ANU in third. She'll take the bronze medal. Coming through in fourth place will be Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club, head of Newcastle's Kensington Steele in fifth place, and then Glebe's Anne Skilton in sixth, and then we've got St George's Bianca McKenzie in seventh, and ANU's Rebecca Hoffman in eighth.
We move now to the, as our final sculler crosses the line, we move to the presentation of medals for the men's C-grade quad scull. Third and bronze medalists, Black Mountain Rowing Club. Lucas McLean, Alistair Bridgewater, Cameron Schmidt, and Ethan Murphy. Second and silver medalists, the University of New South Wales. Alex Bohm, Harry O'Donnell, Marcus Black, and Jack Clements. The crew was coached by Cameron Butler. And gold medalists and our grade champions for 2024 in the men's C-grade quad scull, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, David Raymond, and George Lazarou. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's C-grade quad scull. So on the big screen now, you will see the start line of the women's B grade double scull. They're being held at the 2,000 metre start line, so you'll see people lying down on the starting blocks, hanging onto the boats to hold them steady and keep them aligned. Racing over 2,000 metres in the women's B grade double scull, we have Leichhardt in lane 2, St George in lane 3, 2 glebe crews in lanes 4 and 5, Nepean in lane 6, and the University of New South Wales in lane 7. The Leichhardt crew in lane 2 is Josephine Egan and Grace Conry. They are coached by Isaac Shepherd and Juar Kalantar. The St George crew in lane 3 is Tessa Jones and Ava Green, coached by Mark Featherstone. The glebe crew in lane 4 is Jacqueline Harris and Lizzie Lester. The crew in lane 5, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. In lane 6, the Nepean crew is Jade Sharp and VT Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. And in lane 7 for the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Ashley Potter, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler.
So our crews are underway in the women's B grade double scull, so you can see them up on the screen there and heading down through the 2,000 metres. So Belindy Rowe was supposed to be in the glebe crew in lane 4. She's been subbed out for Jacqueline Harris, and that's because she just came fourth in the D grade single scull that just went through. So unfortunately not able to do both. You'd be absolutely knackered if you did a single over 1,000 and double over 2K within about 20 minutes of each other. But you can see there the crews heading down through the first 500 metres or so. So our crews in the middle there, so that's Kelly Clifton, Ella Barnard, right in the middle of the screen. In fact, we can see 5 of our crews on the screen at the moment.
Now we move to the presentation of medals for the Women's C Grade 8 Championship of New South Wales. Third and bronze medalists representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextall, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Marcella Cox, Jodie Panagopoulos, Ashley Lister, Bianca Riley and Renata Ipmer, and their cox Wendy Roncolato. The crew is coached by Sarah Ellis. Our silver medalists were the University of New South Wales and our champions for 2024 in the Women's C Grade 8 Leichhardt Rowing Club. Diane Williams, Susan Huggett, Emberack and Sarah Brown, Nikki Lopresti, Jennifer Zongor, Daniela Bourget, India Evans, and their cox, Sebastian Kladnik. The crew was coached by Steve Sherry. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Women's C Grade 8.
So through the first 500 metres of the Women's B Grade double sculls, we had Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard from Glebe Rowing Club out in front. They had a 3-second lead over Nepean's Jade Sharp and Vitti Young, and then the second Glebe crew of Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester in third. They were half a second ahead of the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Ashley Potter, and then Leichhardt's Josephine Egan and Grace Connery in fifth, and then St George's Tessa Jones and Ava Green in sixth place. So that was through the first 500 metres. And you can see there the Glebe crew of Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard doing it very easily out in front at the moment. Well, it always looks easy. We say that so many times, but it's never easy when you're actually in the boat and getting it to move down the course. So Glebe with the lead now as they come up towards the halfway point. It's about a boat length between first and second. So that's Glebe in lane number 4, it looks like. And then we've got half a boat length back to St George in lane number 3. And then lane 7, the University of New South Wales, also up there as well. And then back a little bit further to the Nepean crew, not completely out of it at the moment. And then across to Leichhardt in lane number 2. As we see the Nepean crew on the screen at the moment with that view from the BRO boat. And heading up now towards the 1250 metre mark. So the bright blue blades of the Nepean Rowing Club. And that is the crew of Jade Sharp and Vitti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. So plenty of good coaching material in there as we look across to the Glebe crew of Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard with the maroon zooty and then the maroon and white blades. An interesting lesson from Mark Teachin earlier this morning, telling us the origins of the maroon. It was from the abattoir that used to be down at Glebe.
Right.
So
yes, that, my goodness, that whole bay, that Roselle and Blackwattle Bay complex has changed so much just in the last few years. But since the early days of Glebe Rowing Club, it would have changed enormously. Yeah. The abattoir, the police were based there as well and had a police rowing club there. And I certainly remember 25 years ago when I moved here, it was full of containers and was highly polluted, and it's changed so much. Yeah. Interesting crew, this one, because Kelly Clifton, quite young, learnt to row during COVID, I believe, when she and her brother Carter and her dad Morgan, the family living really close to the Glebe Rowing Club, going for walks during COVID, sort of came across rowing and then had a go at doing online ergo competitions. And Kelly's still a very, very strong ergo racer. She learnt to row at Glebe and now rows at Pymble Ladies College, where she's rowing in their 8s. But she's a keen sculler, and she really wanted to do lightweight sculling, being quite light, and teamed up with Ella, who's older than her. And they've raced together in this double quite a few times this season and always put on a really good performance, and certainly doing very well here, competing with the experienced Jackie Harris and Lizzie Lester, also from Glebe.
So our two Glebe crews are in the lead at the moment. So it's still Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard ahead of Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester. We can see Nepean on the front of the screen, Jade Sharp and Vitty Young. But in third place through the 1500 it was the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Ashley Potter. They were about 3.5 seconds back in third, and then another 4 seconds to the Nepean crew. And then Leichhardt in fifth place, and then back again to the St George crew of Tessa Jones and Ava Green, just off the pace a little bit. So it's the battle of the Glebe crews, and it does look like Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester have just rode through now, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard, and getting themselves ahead. And that crew of Clifton and Barnard will have to be careful that they don't get overtaken by Backler and Potter from the University of New South Wales over in lane number 7. But a big push through that last 250 metres by Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester. So coming in now to the final stages, we've got about 150 metres left to go. It is Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester leading Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. They've rode through them through the final 500 metres and looking very strong indeed, pushing with every stroke to get out in front and extend that lead even further. The Clifton and Barnard crew are sitting nicely in second place. University of New South Wales, Backler and Potter, they've been in third. They're under pressure now from Nepean. Will there be a cheeky bronze for the Nepean Rowing Club in the Women's B double sculls? Out in front, though, Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester are the B-grade double scull champions for 2024. Kelly Clifton, Ella Barnard from Glebe in second. Here come Nepean. They've got a canvas in front, and they'll take the bronze. It's a bronze for Nepean. Jade Sharp and Vitty Young finishing through Samantha Backler and Ashley Potter from the University of New South Wales in fourth place. And then coming through in fifth place will be Josephine Egan and Grace Connery from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And then Tessa Jones and Ava Green from St George Rowing Club will finish in sixth.
With the completion of the women's B-grade double scull, we'll move back to the women's D-grade single scull and the presentation of medals. Third and bronze medalists, the Australian National University, represented by Chloe Patterson. Second and silver medalist, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Freya Warner Van Dyke. Freya is coached by Sarah Ellis. And our gold medalist and grade champion for 2024, representing the University of New South Wales, is Helen Frith. Helen is coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler.
So we're underway now in race number 72. You can see it's the B-grade, men's B-grade coxless pairs underway, and just getting that steering sorted. So again, the fingers for the pontoon and the buoy line, a little bit different at the moment. So some slight adjustments needed right off the start In lane number 2 from UTS, we have Tane Potts and Lawson Banks, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 3 from Black Mountain Rowing Club in Canberra, Nick Austin and Paul Williams. We have a scratching from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. Lane 5 from Nepean Rowing Club, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from UTS, Oscar Barigi and Luka Stefanovic, coached by Sam Fennessy and Matthias Ungermack. And lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. And that's UTS crew that you can see on the screen at the moment. That's Oscar Barigi and Luka Stefanovic sitting in front at the moment. Well, that's the Nepean crew, sorry, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell. Potentially some inspiration from the Nepean women's double that rode through right at the very end of that last race. So Harold and Waddell and Barigi and Stefanovic from UTS, our 2 leading crews, looking like UTS, the second crew over there in lane number 2, Tane Potts and Lawson Banks, also sitting quite nicely in the medal positions at the moment. So it's UTS with the lead, half a boat length ahead of Nepean, and then back to Potts and Banks from UTS in third. A boat length back from them is the University of New South Wales crew of Burns and Pickford, and then back a little bit further to the Black Mountain crew of Nick Austin and Paul Williams.
Well, whilst our B-grade men's coxless pairs race down the course, we'll move across to the presentation of medals for the women's B-grade double scull. The medals are being presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. So in our women's B-grade double scull championship, our third place and bronze medalists are Nepean Rowing Club, Jade Sharp and VT Young. The crew is coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. The silver medalists are Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. And our gold medalists and grade champions for 2024 are Glebe Rowing Club, Jackie Harris and Elizabeth Lester. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our grade champions and medalists in the women's B-grade double scull.
So our leading crews in the men's B-grade coxless pairs coming down the course and heading up towards the 1500 metre timing point. So it's still the 2 UTS crews and Nepean, our medalists in the medal positions at the moment, and then back a little bit further to the University of New South Wales in lane 7 and Black Mountain in lane number 3. So you can see not much to pick between Nepean and UTS. So that's Hugh Harold, Jason Waddell from Nepean, and then UTS, Oscar Barigi and Lucas Stefanovic in lane number 6, and then Tane Potts, Lawson Banks from UTS over in lane number 2. Probably just a little way off the, probably a couple of boat lengths back from Nepean at the moment. So it's UTS, Nepean and UTS. So it could be a UTS 1 and 3. This is our last race before the luncheon break. Then we'll go in for the final couple of hours of the 2024 Edward Trickett Regatta. Conditions, as you can see on the screen, still absolutely perfect at the moment. There's a little bit of wind that's picked up, as we just see UTS, Barigi and Stefanovic over the 1,500 metres, 4 seconds ahead of Harold and Waddell from Nepean, and then Potts and Banks from UTS in third place ahead of Burns and Pickford from the University of New South Wales, and Austin and Williams from Black Mountain. So the temperature at the moment is about 27 degrees. A little bit of a wind that has picked up, so we can see a few ripples that's coming in from the north. Fairly well protected by the time you get here towards the grandstand, so certainly making for some fast finishes coming up towards the end. So following this race, we'll have a gap of about an hour in the program. Our first race after the break will be at 12:32 for the men's C-grade double scull final. In the men's B-grade coxless pair, Oscar Barigi and Luka Stefanovic, still with the lead over Nepean. They've battle paddled the entire way down the course, and now both of them just looking to try and get that gold medal. We're seeing the push come here now from Harold and Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. The second UTS crew of Tane Potts, Lawson Banks, under a little bit of pressure from Chris Burns and Michael Pickford over in lane number 7, although they should have enough with about 200 metres or so left to go. So the big battles out in front, it's Nepean and UTS. Both crews really starting to up that rate, and the Nepean crew, you can see, putting a lot of pressure on with every stroke. They've got their bow ball out in front of UTS now. They look like they may just have enough left in the tank. It's opened up to a boat-length lead for Nepean Rowing Club. Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, they've got about 5 strokes left to go, but they are going to go through and take the win in the men's B-grade coxless pairs. It's a win for Hugh Harold, Jason Waddell, second place to Oscar Barigi and Lucas Stefanovic from UTS. Third place will go to the second UTS crew of Tane Potts and Lawson Banks, as they're just coming across the line now, looking out for the finish line, and that siren going off.
There we go, Pickles.
Going through in, finishing in 4th place with another strong finish will be Chris Burns and Michael Pickford from the University of New South Wales. And then our final crew from Black Mountain Rowing Club down in Canberra, Nick Austin and Paul Williams, to come across the line shortly in 5th place. As Nick Austin and Paul Williams finish in 5th place for the men's B-grade coxless pair. So a win for Nepean in that race.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this afternoon's part of the competition, concluding our Edward Trickett Grade Championships for 2024. Beaming to you live from the lake here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We're going to kick off this afternoon's racing with the final of the men's C grade double scull. In lane 1, we've got the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club, represented by Benjamin Lim and Christopher Boston. In lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Kenny Major and Robert Dallimore. And in lane 3, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Frank Skuchimara and Tim Spiteri. In lane 4, from Nepean Rowing Club, Angus George and Lockie Rogers. In lane 5, from St George Rowing Club, Cromwell Olivier and Robert Olivier. In lane 6, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Oliver Manning and Matthew Rickard. In lane 7, from Glebe Rowing Club, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagappa. In lane 8, from the University of New South Wales, Wilton Martin and Chris Burns. And in lane 9, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Michael Hugh and Petar Simkovic.
So full fleet of 9 crews here in the C grade double scull to kick off this afternoon's racing. These athletes all went through heats, but it was redundant in the end. There was some scratchings, and turns out they didn't need to race the heat. So all crews just getting a nice row down the course earlier on a couple of hours ago, and here to contest for the medals here in the final. The men's C grade double sculls. Our aligners having a pretty easy job of it in these fantastic conditions out here for the 2024 Ed Trickett Regatta.
Yeah, temperature in the mid-20s there at the moment, and as you can see on the screen, there's a breath of wind that's coming across at the moment, but it's certainly not going to affect any of the rowers. It's we've been very lucky over the last couple of days to have those absolutely stunning conditions for it, and also going back a few weeks for Nationals. So the rain cloud that hit last week was in exactly the right spot.
Yep.
Didn't affect any of the big races, or any of the ones that we came up for anyway.
Yeah, and even last weekend it was beautiful conditions out here, and I was out here coaching, and Penrith's been the place to be, I think, over the last few weeks, and hopefully that continues on for the national selection trials underway from tomorrow morning.
So we're just seeing some aligning changes there, so a few crews just backing it down at the moment.
And sometimes when there is a bit of wind or we have junior crews, we do take some liberties and just get it close enough. But the starters obviously seeing the opportunity with this fantastic weather to get these crews perfectly aligned, and certainly not accepting anyone being slightly in front of the line as they were just there. So backing it down now, and we'll try again to get a line and be underway in a couple of minutes here in the men's C grade double. As we wait for racing to get underway, just a gentle reminder that if you've got any bow numbers left over from racing, from completed races, can you please bring them back? Nepean, Drummoyne, UNSW, UTS, Black Mountain, St George, Leichhardt, Glebe and ANU. We're awaiting bow numbers from all of those clubs, in particular Black Mountain and St George, with quite a few still outstanding. So if you can bring those back to the finish tower as soon as you can, so that we can divvy them up to the crews for this afternoon's racing. But we are underway now in the final of the men's C grade double scull. All crews getting away nice and cleanly. Not too many dramas, and as expected, the crews in the centre of the course getting away best. You can see the combinations there from, I'd say that'd be the Glebe and Black Mountain combinations on the right of your picture.
So Black Mountain, you can just see the blades on the right there, and then next to them, St George, the Oliviers, Cromwell and Robert, and then you can see the bright blue blades of Nepean Rowing Club, Angus George and Lockie Rogers. Next to them, Frank Scucimara and Tim Spiteri from Glebe, and then Kenneth Major, Robert Dallimore from Glebe. ADF Rowing on the far side, that's Ben Lim and Christopher Boaston. Ben, someone that likes to blow his own trumpet, is a trumpeter with the Australian Army Band.
I won't make any more jokes like I did at Nationals about military musicians, as that was terrible form from my part. But you can see there the Nepean crew just trailing behind of that early leading St George crew, and I'd say over to the right-hand side of the picture, the Black Mountain crew getting away well in that tussle. That Nepean crew, Lockie Rogers in the stroke seat, I believe, just won a national championship for the King's School in the under-17 coxed 8, and trying his hand in the double scull today. Not looking to be quite as successful at this stage of the race. This crew's coming through the 500 metre mark, the halfway mark of this 1,000 metre C-grade double sculls race, and it is that crew in the centre of the course from Black Mountain, Oliver Matting and Matthew Rickard, who are leading by 1.5 seconds from St George, the Olivier brothers. Glebe in lane 3, leading Glebe in lane 4 for that last podium position, and I think still pretty tight for the minor placings. UNSW sitting back in 5th, Leichhardt in 6th, Nepean in 7th, Glebe in 8th, and the ADF rowing crew in 9th place, but certainly still all to play for, as our top 3 crews only separated by a bit over 2 seconds, and that second Glebe crew, Kenneth Major, Robert Dallimore, sitting just outside the medals, but every shot of landing a position on the podium as the crews come down to the last few hundred metres.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic finishes so far today in the second day of the 2024 Edward Trickett Regatta. Black Mountain with the lead through the 500, but they are being pushed hard now by the Oliviers, Cromwell and Robert from the St George Rowing Club. Have they managed to get those bow balls out in front? Over in lane 3, Scucimara and Spiteri from Glebe Rowing Club also putting in a big push ahead of Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore from Glebe. Then looking across close to the course, we've got Hugh and Simkovich from Leichhardt, Martin and Burns from the University of New South Wales, and then back a little bit to the final crew from Glebe, that is Rogers and Nagapa, and then the Nepean crew of George and Rogers, and then Lim and Boaston from ADF Rowing, as they're in now to the final stages, and it's Black Mountain and St George out in front. Black Mountain just with their bow balls in the lead at the moment. St George are putting in a big push now. It's going to come down to who's got the best final 10 strokes. Black Mountain, St George. Black Mountain now on the surge. Just ahead, it is going to be Black Mountain. Black Mountain by just over the width of a bow number. Black Mountain with the win. Second place going to St George. Third will go to the Glebe crew in lane number 3. That's Frank Scucimara and Tim Spiteri. In 4th place will be the Leichhardt crew of Michael Hugh and Peter Simkovich in lane number 9. And then Glebe in lane 2. That's Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore in 5th. 6th place going to the University of New South Wales, Wilton Martin and Chris Burns. 7th place going to Nepean's Angus George and Lockie Rogers. 8th to ADF Rowing's Ben Lim and Christopher Boaston, with Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa from Glebe in 9th.
Yeah, Black Mountain, they got away well, but the St George crew really came back at them. I'd say they were even in the lead probably in the around the 750 mark, and just really staying calm under pressure. We saw that Black Mountain crew keeping their eyes on the boat, rowing within themselves, and just managing to hang on to snatch the win. over St George. That Glebe crew in third. They were in a battle with Kenneth Major, Robert Dallymore for the first 500, who just looked like they just dropped off in the latter stages of that race. So fantastic opening to this afternoon's proceedings. I know my Canberran co-commentator definitely agrees, and look to see if the rest of the afternoon can deliver racing just as exciting as that.
So the women's C grade coxed 4 on your screens at the moment, getting ready to start, and they are now underway. So lane 3 from Des Moines, Izzy Hooton, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Ashley Lister, Bianca Riley. They're coxed by Kathleen Hextall and coached by Sarah Ellis. Lane 4 from Nepean, Palmina Grady, Jade Sharp, Emily Boys, Vitti Young, Megan Chung is the cox, and they're coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. Lane 5 from ANU, Rebecca Hoffman, Erin Chadman, Sarah Connor, Elizabeth Blower, Chloe Patterson is their coxswain, and they're coached by Edwin Behan. Lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Anna Ristic, Olivia Zargo, Elizabeth Raffin, Lisa Matthews, Lily Reid is their cox, and they're coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And then lane 7 from ADF Rowing, Holly Kilmartin, Isabel Muhlberg, May Saliva Bell and Julia Cronin, and they're coxed by Rowan J. Awardener.
I'd say the crew there from University of New South Wales just getting away the best. The ADF rowing crew just with a little bit of a messy looking start, sort of doing battle with the ANU crew in the centre of the course. So it'd be sort of between Nepean and University of New South Wales at this early stage of the race, but it looks like that UNSW crew of Anna Ristic, Olivia Zargo, Elizabeth Raffin, Lisa Matthews and Lily Reid, the coxswain, who have gotten away best, and certainly their race to lose here in the women's C grade coxed 4.
So the University of New South Wales leading ADF rowing, ANU, Des Moines and Nepean. So it'll be, again, fascinating to see who's going to walk away with the medals in this one, because there's not a lot to pick between second, third and fourth.
Yeah, so it looks to me like Des Moines sitting in that provisional silver medal position, but then two crews fighting it out in the form of ANU, the two Canberran crews, ANU and ADF, fighting it out for the bronze. I'll correct myself as I go in, as they cross the 500 metre mark. So University of New South Wales certainly in the ascendancy, a good few lengths back to ANU and Des Moines, who are battling for the silver medal position. And then the battle for fourth place as it stands, ADF rowing and Nepean at the halfway point. So the battle to keep an eye on will be that for the silver medal, with the Australian National University leading by just 0.18 of a second in that second position over the hometown crew from Des Moines on the far side of the course with the yellow blades. That Des Moines crew, Izzy Hooton, Alessandra McCluskey, Ash Lister, Bianca Riley and Kathleen Hextall, the coxswain, coached by Sarah Ellis. Just see the Nepean crew there with a few steering issues, not something you see very often in a coxed race, but possibly just an issue there with the boat. But certainly a very comfortable race for the crew from the University of New South Wales, who got away well from the very opening strokes and continue to lead well in the closing strokes, as the Australian National University are just hanging on to the Des Moines Rowing Club crew, who've been sitting in that silver medal position the whole way down the course. But I'd say that ANU crew just lifting their rate of striking now, as the Des Moines crew just losing a little bit of boat speed and now starting to respond. They've seen the danger. Both crews will almost certainly be on the podium for medals, but the order in which those silver and bronze medals will be handed out is certainly yet to be decided, as UNSW come into the last 100 metres to complete a very strong race and start to finish leaders to take a win here in the women's C grade coxed 4. Des Moines and ANU really going stroke for stroke now. I'd say ANU just got their bow ball in front, and Des Moines starting to lift and make a late charge home to regain that silver medal that they've held the entire way down the course. UNSW come across for the win, and ANU look to have just done enough. They're ahead by about a third of a boat length, almost half a boat length now. ANU will take the silver medal here in the women's C grade coxed 4. Des Moines faltering to a bronze medal position there in the end, but a podium nonetheless. The ADF crew there in lane 7 in 4th place, and the Nepean Rowing Club crew over there on the far side of the course in 5th.
And we'll just cross to the presentation of the gold medal for the men's C grade double scull. So third place was the Glebe Rowing Club crew of Frank Scucciamara and Tim Spiteri. Second place was the St George crew of Cromwell Olivia and Robert Olivia. And our winners and champions for 2024, Black Mountain Rowing Club. the crew of Oliver Manning and Matthew Ricard.
And back down to the course. We're away and racing already in last of our 1,000, or not the last, in another 1,000-metre race in the men's D grade 8 with 3 crews out competing for the medals now.
So the presentation for the men's C-grade double scull, second place and silver medalists, Cromwell Olivia and Robert Olivia. And the champions for 2024 Black Mountain Rowing Club, Oliver Manning and Matthew Ricard.
And approaching now the last 300 metres of the course is the men's D grade 8, which has been on in earnest as we see a little bit of some steering issues from the St George crew. So as it stands at the moment, Canberra Rowing Club leading Drummoyne and St George, just the 3 entrants in this race, and looks like it's been Canberra Rowing Club the majority of the way down the course, but Drummoyne not quite letting go of a chance at glory here just yet as they approach about 150 metres left to row. Canberra Rowing Club still got their bow balls in front. Tom Trobe, Jeffrey Brown, Ashley Carr, James Rigby, Sam Goldspring, Ethan Dalton, Sebastian Lang, Eamon Burke and Nicole Hay, the coxswain. That's the crew who are leading here in the late stages. Drummoyne are giving it everything here to respond and possibly snatch the win here in the closing stages of the race. Canberra Rowing Club have seen the danger and they're lifting the rating, but Drummoyne just have a little bit more length. It's still about 2 seats to margin as Canberra Rowing Club look like they're going to do enough to hang on. It's going to come right down to the closing strokes, but Canberra Rowing Club take the win in the men's D grade 8 by the narrowest of margins, and a fast finishing Drummoyne Rowing Club crew for the silver medal, and in third place St George.
So a strong win there for Canberra Rowing Club in the men's D grade 8, taking the gold ahead of Drummoyne in second with St George in third place. A winning time there, 3 minutes 18.7 seconds. As we see on the screen at the moment, our next race to go down the course is the women's D grade quad sculls, and they are now underway. So lane 3 from Nepean, we have Elise Currell, Georgie Ewan, Sophia Whitelaw, Ellie Taylor, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Sunny Park, Georgina Browning, Ashley Potter, Caitlin Malqueenie, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Lane 5 from St George, Beth Jacobs, Kiara Beasley, Lily Featherstone, Ellen Featherstone, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Helen Frith, Samantha Backler, Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And then lane 7 from St George Rowing Club again, Jocelyn Foreman, Leela Smith, Amelia Featherstone, Ava Richardson, and they're coached by Mark Featherstone.
So now the last of a few 1,000-metre races before we go to a few 2K races coming up. But the women's D-grade coxless quad scull well underway. You can see in the centre of the course there the crew from St George Rowing Club getting away well and in the battle with the University of New South Wales in the centre of your picture there. And but the leading crew certainly on the right-hand side of your picture there, the University of New South Wales, presumably number 1 crew there in lane 6, Charlotte Stanwicks, Helen Frith, Samantha Backler and Annabelle Singh, who have gotten away and really stolen a march on the field here in the opening exchanges of this D-grade quad scull, and certainly have a good look back on the field, but another battle on for the minor medals, and at this stage I would say it's looking like a UNSW Quinella in the D-grade coxless quad skull rather, as the second of those UNSW NSW crews over there in lane 3, across that halfway timing point in second place. St George just narrowly leading from Nepean Rowing Club. So a three-way battle for the minor medals, and one of those crews will miss out on a podium appearance here. The St George crew on the near side of the course there look to be just out of contention at this stage of the race. So University of New South Wales currently with a 1-2 in the D grade quad scull, and will be looking to fend off a charge, well, their second crew will be looking to fend off any charges from Nepean and St George either side of them, and it looks to be that Nepean crew on the far side of the course who will be most likely at an upset here in the D grade quad scull.
So the University of New South Wales in lane 6. They've led from the start and looking very comfortable indeed. University of New South Wales still holding on, but Nepean and St George looking like they're just starting to put that little bit of a push. There's 250 metres to go for our leading crews. And Stanwix, Frith, Backler and Singh. We saw Helen Frith win the D-grade women's single scull earlier on today, so we know that they can certainly hold an oar, and sitting out in front very comfortably at the moment. Still the University of New South Wales in second place. It's about a boat length between them and the Nepean crew on the far side of the course. St George just dropping off a little bit in the middle there in lane 5. That's Jacobs, Beasley, Featherston and Featherston. And then the second St George crew in lane number 7 are way off the pace at the moment. Out in front, though, this University of New South Wales crew have led from the start and still looking very comfortable. It is, with a couple of strokes left to go, does look like it is going to be a University of New South Wales Quinella. Here comes the first crew in lane number 6. Charlotte Stanwix, Helen Frith, Samantha Backler, Annabelle Singh to go through and take the win in the women's D quad sculls. University of New South Wales 2, Park, Browning, Potter and Mulqueenie in second. Third will go to Nepean, Currell, Ewan, Whitelaw and Taylor ahead of St George, Jacobs, Beasley, Featherston and Featherston. And then the second St George crew of Foreman, Smith, Featherston and Richardson will finish in 5th place, just coming up towards the line now.
An interesting pose. Can you put the medals around your neck and then what are you doing to help?
Presentation of medals for the champions of the men's D-grade 8s and the gold medalists and champions for 2024 Canberra Rowing Club. Winning crew of Tom Trobe, Jeffrey Brown, Ashley Carr, James Rigby, Sam Goldspring, Ethan Dalton, Sebastian Lang, Eamon Burke, and coxed by Nicole Hay. They're coached by Jeffrey Brown. Please congratulate our 2024 D Grade 8 champions. So we're underway now we're back over 2,000 metres, and it's the women's B-grade single scull final. So lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester. Lane 2 also from Glebe, Isabel Bugg. Lane 3 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Charlie Patterson. Lane 5 from St George Rowing Club, Charlotte Olivia, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 6 from St George, Amanda Berendt, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Sandra Sweeney, coached by Alex Hodges. And lane 8 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Josephine Egan, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar.
So those two scullers in the centre of the course there, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney and Charlotte Olivier from St George Rowing Clubs. They were the winners of our heats, with Charlotte Olivier with the fastest qualifying time through the heats. Georgina Stevenson with the fastest time, but only narrowly there. So certainly all to play for from those two crews in the centre of the field. Without a hint of bias, I'd say Izzy Bugg over there in lane 2, being an athlete that I've coached all the way through the year, certainly one to watch out for. And as they make their way sort of towards the 500 metre mark now, so starting to settle into that racing rhythm, and you can see Georgina Stevenson there in the centre of the course, just sort of opening up a little bit of a lead. To her right-hand side, that's Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3, who's trailing just narrowly behind, and Izzy Bugg of Glebe there in the red boat on the far side of the course.
So just having a look now at our scullers coming into the 500. And we're just going to do the presentation of medals for the women's D-grade quad sculls. And third place and bronze medalists from Nepean Rowing Club, Elise Carroll, Georgia Ewan, Sophia Whitelaw, and Ellie Taylor. They're coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. Please congratulate our medalists from the women's D-grade quad sculls. So through the 500 metres in the women's B single sculls, Georgina Stevenson leading Nikki Lepresti, then Isabel Bugg, back to Charlotte Olivier, a couple second behind her, then Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Club, Amanda Berendt from St George, Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club in 7th place. And then we're back a little bit further to our final sculler, which will be Josephine Egan from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Club, she's the president out at Canberra, and they've had a big announcement recently in the last few months where they have...
Is it Zudi related?
I'm not... It's to do with their sheds.
Okay.
It's to do with their shed, Christopher. It's so no, they've been fundraising for a number of years. I think it's about 10 years or so that Canberra Rowing Club have been fundraising for a new shed. The shed they've got at the moment is about 30, 40 years old or so, and courtesy or with all that fundraising that they've got, they've also recently had a grant from the ACT government, which has meant that very soon they will be starting construction on a brand new shed out at Yarralumla Bay. So a lot of the hard work that I know Tom Trobe is a club captain, Sandra Sweeney is a club president, Jeffrey Brown, who's been on the committee as well, they've all really put in a lot of hard yards to try and make that a reality. So I know that they're all very excited about getting into that new shed once it's done.
Yeah, it's very exciting news. It's not often that that we get to see anyone with a brand new shed, whether it be in Canberra, whether it be in Sydney. Of course, hopefully some news at some point on a new shed in Sydney, but we'll still not quite there yet, and so it is always exciting news for the community. But quite a good race unfolding in front of us now in the women's B grade double scull. It was only about half a length, but separating 3 crews for second place at the 1,000-metre mark. It was Nikki Lepresti, Isabel from Leichhardt, Isabel Bugg from Glebe, and Charlotte Olivier from St George at that halfway timing point. So similar to what we saw in the last race, 3 crews competing for the silver medal. Unfortunately, one of those crews will miss out on a medal. One of those scullers, rather, miss out on a medal altogether. But our racing certainly coming from the far side of the course there, lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 at this stage.
You're talking about new sheds. I think in Canberra, just about every club will have had a new shed recently. So, except for us, except for ANU. So, but no, Canberra Girls Grammar, I think about 7 or 8 years ago, had a new shed. Canberra Grammar School, their shed is amazing. That was redone about 4 or 5 years ago. Capital Lakes Rowing Club had a new shed about 10 years ago or so, or 7 or 8 years. I think it's fairly recent. And then, yeah, Black Mountain also just about to move into the red shed down on Black Mountain Peninsula. So a fair amount of new facilities going in.
Yeah, so certainly a lot of development, a lot of investment happening in Canberran rowing. And I suppose that would be showing over the last couple of days. We've seen some pretty competitive crews from Black Mountain, Canberra and Australian National University. But those 3... not quite featuring now in the medals. We get a better picture as they come through 1,500 metres. As it's been all the way, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, coached there by Charlie Patterson, who's done a great job with the juniors this year, leading by about 4 or 5 boat lengths from her nearest rival, which is coming in the form of Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club, who's sitting pretty comfortably in that provisional silver medal position at the moment, about 1.5 lengths clear of Izzy Bugg from Glebe Rowing Club on the far side of the course, who has herself cemented herself into that podium position ahead of Charlotte Olivier of Glebe. Those 3 scullers were locked in a pretty tight battle going into the championship quarter, and I was going to say the boys separated from the men, but that wouldn't be right to say in this race. But certainly that race really shows what you made. That third 500 really showing what you're made of, and these scullers asserting themselves into those positions, and those margins starting to grow now, and it would be unlikely to see too much change in the closing few hundred metres of this women's B-grade single scull race.
So Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club leading Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt and Isabel Bugg from Glebe Rowing Club, our 1, 2 and 3. It is a bit of a gap back to Sandra Sweeney from Canberra Rowing Club, Amanda Berendt from St George, and I think Sandra may just have a bow ball now out in front of Amanda, and then Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club, and I can't see Josephine Egan from Leichhardt in lane number 8. So just the 7 scullers coming down the course at the moment. The 1, 2 and 3. Isabel Bugg from Glebe Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place at the moment. We are seeing a little bit of a push from Charlotte Olivier, and with about 250 metres to go though, she would need to push quite hard. Sandra Sweeney now coming up on Charlotte Olivier, and then back to Amanda Berendt and Elizabeth Lester. Did you see that?
So Izzy there in the that third place, just starting to lift the race. She's got a good finish on her, but I'd say probably just left things a little bit too late. But this is her first year of racing 2,000 metres and really gone from strength to strength. Made the B final, the under-17 single at Nationals. As Georgina Stevenson, having led the entire way down the course, will come home to take the win for Sydney Rowing Club there in lane 4 here in the women's B grade single scull. Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt Rowing Club will collect the silver medal, and Isabel Bugg of Glebe Rowing Club over there in lane 2 will come home after a nice good push to the finish to collect the bronze. Good battle for the minor placings outside of the medals. Charlotte Olivier from St George having to respond to a fast finishing and recovering Sandra Sweeney of Canberra, who will just finish behind in 5th place. The St George Gala in lane 6, Amanda Berendt in 7th. And the second about Glebe Scullers over in lane 1, Elizabeth Lester in 7th place.
It's a confirmation of the results in the women's B grade single sculls. A win for Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. Second to Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, with third going to Isabel Bugg from Glebe Rowing Club. We are underway in the men's B grade coxless 4s. So lane number 2 from the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, Chris Burns, Marcus Black and Jack Clements, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott, Jesse Rosen, Darcy James, William Legg, and they're coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4 from Nepean Rowing Club, Luca Bazzina, Lockie Rogers, Hugh Harold, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Alex Boehm, Rossith Johnston, Wilson Martin, Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 6 from UTS, Flynn English, Edward Kelly, Tane Potts, Lawson Banks, and coached by Sam Fennessy. And then lane 7 from ADF Rowing, we have Benjamin Lim, Christopher Boston, Patrick Zakalev, and Bill Todd.
Yeah, exciting start to that race here, the men's B grade coxless 4. So at the 500, it was Canberra Rowing Club who were leading from Nepean. University of New South Wales in lane 5, the lane 2 UNSW crew, and UTS Haberfield there in 5th place, and ADF Rowing sitting back in 6th place at that first timing point. But I'd say watch out for that UTS Haberfield crew, who look to be just a few exchanges of paint between the blades, their stroke side blades and the bow side blades of the crew next to them from the University of New South Wales, who were sitting in 3rd place at that 500 metre mark. And now just watching that UTS crew on the right-hand side of your picture, if you're joining us on the live stream, moving through and now up into the medal paying positions. So the 2 UNSW crews were sitting 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather. I'd say Canberra Rowing Club still with the lead over there in lane 3. You can see them in your picture there, the furthest right crew. You can see the blades of UTS just on the far left of your picture starting to encroach on those medal paying positions. Nepean Rowing Club and the University of New South Wales crew over in lane 2 up in the mix as well as we approach the 1,000 metre mark of this race.
Yeah, it's a very strong Canberra Rowing Club crew. Jesse Rosen and Darcy James recently graduated from Marist College. They're now in the, they have been in the ACT Academy of Sport program. And Will Legg from there as well. I think he's originally from Mercantile Club down in Victoria. And very good sweep rower, very keen sweeper. And I know he does a lot of sweep training with James Waldersey.
Yeah, right.
Very familiar with people who know a little bit about UTS. 2
athletes, I think, have faced each other in a couple of Penrith Cups representing New South Wales and Victoria.
Presentation of medals for the women's B grade single sculls. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Isabel Bugg. 2nd place and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti. And our winner and champion representing Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson. Please congratulate our 2024 Women's B Grade Single Scull champion and medalists.
Yeah, so as the Men's B grade coxless 4 starting to approach the 1500 metre mark now, well and truly into that championship quarter, and can still see some steering going on in the centre of the course there. This time the UNSW crew possibly just out of their lanes, but it is still going the way of Canberra Rowing Club. That crew in lane 3, who still got about a boat length advantage on the rest of the field. The University of New South Wales crew in lane 5, or rather, sorry, the Nepean Rowing Club crew in lane 4, hot on their tails, about a boat length behind. And then the battle on in earnest for that final medal paying position with UTS Haberfield just moving up into the bronze medal position at the in the third 500 ahead of UNSW over there on the far side of the course. The second of the UNSW crew sitting in 5th, and the ADF crew just out of the race at this stage. So the Canberra crew there of Angus Scott, Jesse Rosen, Darcy James and William Legg. It is certainly their race to lose. 3.5 seconds the advantage over Nepean, and just over 3 seconds to UTS at that final timing point. So this will be a very interesting race to see, with UTS having that slower start, or eventful start, I might say, and certainly may have a little bit of speed left in the tank, as we see that UNSW crew on the far side of the course, who were up in the podium positions early on and just dropping back in the centre of the race, have started to gain a little bit of ground now, and Nepean Rowing Club really lifting the rate in the closing stages of the race. Nepean Rowing Club, that's Luca Bazzina, Lockie Rogers, Hugh Harold and Jason Waddell, who have got designs on a last-minute quest for victory here in the men's B grade coxless 4. Canberra Rowing Club have led the entire way down the course. They've seen the danger and responded. Nepean have gone again. It's less than a boat length now as they enter the red buoys the last 100 metres. I'd say Nepean possibly just have the momentum, and it'll be up to Canberra to fend off this late challenge. Canberra have still got a good amount of margin here in the closing strokes of the race. A few more steering issues at the back of the field, but at the head of the field, Canberra Rowing Club leading by half a boat length over Nepean Rowing Club, who have stormed home in the closing stages, but it won't be enough. Canberra Rowing Club hang on to a fast finishing Nepean Rowing Club crew. A valiant silver medal effort for them. UNSW take advantage of the mess at the rear of the field to snatch a bronze medal position. UTS there in lane 6 will come home out of the medals in 4th place. And the second of the UNSW crews there in lane 5 in 5th place. The ADF rowing crew there in lane 7 in 6th, rounding out this race.
So confirmation of the results. It's 2 golds in very quick time for Canberra Rowing Club, with a win in the men's B grade coxless 4. The silver going to Nepean, and 3rd to the University of New South Wales. So we are underway. We just see the ADF crew crossing the finish line in the men's B coxless 4s. The men's A coxless 4s is underway. In lane number 4, we have, they're both UTS crews, Peter Waldesy, Lucas Stefanovic, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, Jack Henderson, coached by Sam Fennessy. And lane 5 from UTS, Luca Malozzi, Joe Lynch, Patrick Burke, Henry Blackwell, and coached by Matthias Ungermack and Sam Fennessy.
Yeah, and both crews still racing, not having a repeat of the coxless pairs earlier on in the day, and it is certainly the crew in lane 5 with the advantage, a pretty healthy advantage there. That's Luca Malozzi, Joe Lynch, Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell, I believe, who are leading the crew of Peter Waldesy, Lucas Stefanovic, Mitch Blackmore-Cram and Jack Henderson. Both crews coached by Sam Fennessy, the leading crew joined by Matthias Ungermack there. And that crew leading by a fairly significant margin and not being too pushed. So I believe they've got some 8s to race in the final race of the afternoon. And really just starting to relax there in the third 500 metres.
So we're just seeing the UTS crew in lane 5. That's Malozzi, Lynch, Burke and Blackwell. with a 7.5, 7 3/4 second lead over the second UTS crew in lane 4. That's Waldersee, Stefanovic, Blackmore, Cram and Henderson. So a few of these rowers coming off successful national titles. So we saw UTS walk away with a number of medals at the Australian Rowing Championships held here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's amazing to think it had been 5 years in between national titles at Cirque.
I know, it's just great to have the have this course back for the national titles, and a lot of these athletes having competed at that event, and UTS taking a number of medals. Medal in the club coxless 4 in this boat class. But certainly no doubt about the result of this race. The intra-club match race here in the men's A-grade coxless 4 is certainly the crew in lane 5. Luca Malozzi, Joe Lynch, Patrick Burke and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Sam Fennessy, who now certainly not looking at conserving any energy for eights racing further on, as they lift the rate of striking and really go for home here in the men's A-grade coxless 4. And with just 2 or 3 strokes left to row, it will certainly be the lane 5 UTS combination who will take the win in the men's A-grade coxless 4, their intra-club match race. And the second of the UTS crews there in lane 4, finishing in second place.
Presentation of medals for the men's B-grade coxless 4s. Third place and bronze medalists representing the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, Chris Burns, Marcus Black, and Jack Clements. They're coached by Cameron Butler. Second place and silver medalists representing Nepean Rowing Club, Luca Bazzina, Lockie Rogers, Hugh Harold, and Jason Waddell. They're coached by Daniel Waddell. And our winners and champions for 2024, Canberra Rowing Club. Winning crew, Angus Scott, Jesse Rosen, Darcy James, and William Legg. They're coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. Please congratulate our 2024 champion and medalists in the men's B-grade coxless 4s.
So on the course now, back to 1,000-metre racing, the men's C-grade coxless pair, and 8 crews here contesting the final, or just one scratching, so 7 crews. Canberra Rowing Club over in lane 1, St George in lane 2, North Shore in lane 3, Leichhardt number 2 crew there in lane 4, Black Mountain in 5, Canberra Rowing Club again in lane 6, and that's the University of New South Wales crew has scratched, and Glebe in lane 8. And as they approach the 500-metre mark, you can see that Glebe crew, or Black Mountain crew rather, in the centre of the course, who currently have just under a boat length lead ahead of the crew from North Shore there. On the far side, Leichhardt sitting in 3rd, Canberra back to 4th, the second of the Canberra crews in 5th place, St George sitting in 6th, and the Glebe crew on the near side of the course there in 7th. So that crew on your screen there from Black Mountain, that's Cameron Schmidt, Alistair Bridgewater in lane 5 in the red colours there, who have just extended that lead through the middle of the race, and the combination from North Shore over there in lane 3, George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by Kim Rudder, getting themselves in the mix for that, or keeping themselves in the mix rather, for that silver medal position. But the race is certainly on between Leichhardt and the Canberra crew on the far side of the course. Ashley Carr and Sebastian Lang of Canberra are just lifting their rating and trying to move up on that Leichhardt crew. The 2 Canberra combinations here, very short turnaround off a medal in the 8, just I would say only about half an hour ago, and rushing back down to the start line in their coxless pairs and competing well here. But certainly the crew from Black Mountain in the red colours, just a few strokes to row, will take the win here in the men's C-grade coxless pair. North Shore Rowing Club will look to be just hanging on, and as the battle for 3rd starts to encroach on them, but they'll be our silver medalists here in the C-grade pair. Leichhardt Rowing Club, that's Tim Byrne, James Dupree in the bronze medal position ahead of Canberra in 4th, Canberra in 5th as well. The St George crew of Dunn and Harrison in 6th, and the Glebe combination, Tony Rogers, Ben Nagappa in 7th place.
So confirmation of the results in the men's C-grade coxless pairs. First place going to Black Mountain, Cameron Schmidt and Alistair Bridgewater. Second to North Shore's George Loiterton and Tom Payton, with third going to Tim Byrne and James Dupree from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So we're getting ready now for the start of the women's C-grade single sculls, race number 81. In lane 1 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Sarah Brown, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 2, also from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 3 from ANU, Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edwin Bean. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. Lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Lane 6 from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. In lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Jacqueline Harris. And lane 9 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford. So a full crew to go down the course in this one. And certainly there's a nice mix there. We've got Trudy McDonald, who I believe has been selected in one of the New South Wales Masters crews for the Interstate Championships down at AMRC later in, it's only a few weeks away now down at Barrington.
Only just a couple of weeks away, as they get a preview on the course, or a read on things in Tasmania for us ahead of the Open National Championships next year.
And Liz Blower in lane number 3 from ANU, very, very fit. In early March, completed a fundraising 24-hour row in a single scull around Lake Burley Griffin to try and raise. It was to try and raise money for a women's 8, new women's 8 for ANU. So it's yeah, absolutely massive fundraiser. Yeah. There was a lot of organisation that went in behind it, and she came off the water and She probably didn't feel it, but she looked like she could row for at least a few more hours.
I can't imagine
left.
she would have felt it. That is certainly a feat beyond my imagination. I've managed to row about 4.5 kilometres in the last 3 years, so certainly kudos to her, and be good training for the race in front of her here, a fairly competitive field in the women's C grade single scull.
And it's looking like a really tight field as we see them coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Certainly, as you'd expect, those scullers in the middle. So Backler, Davis, McDonald, looking like they are out in front. Liz Blower also looking quite comfortable out there in lane number 3. And then, so there's not a lot to pick between them. So as they go through the 500 metre mark, we'll get a bit of an idea as to who's sitting where. So you can see there at the moment in the centre, it looks like Samantha Backler, and then across you've got Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven rowing quite nicely as well. So it'll be a fascinating finish. We've had some great finals throughout the day. You know, you've got this grade system that's in there, and a lot of people sitting very nicely. So Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, she is 1.3 seconds ahead of Liz Blower. Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie sitting in 3rd place in the bronze medal position. Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales in 4th. Then Daniela Bourget, Sarah Brown, Charlotte Holford, Jacqueline Harrison, Helen Frith in 9th place. And at the end of this regatta, it really is coming down to who's got the most reserves, because a number of these scullers have gone down the course so many times over the last couple of days. So let's have a look as to who's going to go through. Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club is in the lead. Liz Blower in 2nd place at the moment. Next to her, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. They're our 1, 2 and 3. But with just over 250 metres to go, it is still very much up for grabs in those medal positions. Yeah,
you can see a real effort coming from the lane 3 sculler there, who, as we mentioned, certainly has a lot in the tank. Someone who's capable of a 24-hour row certainly will have a little bit to give here in the closing stages of this 1,000 metre single scull race. She's got to... she's probably clear into the silver medal position, and certainly has her eye on the early race leader from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. The margin was 1.3 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, or the 500 metre mark rather, the halfway point of this race, and looks to be quite similar still at this stage as the Shoalhaven sculler there in the centre of the course, really responding and bringing up the rate. But the battle certainly be on for the bronze medal. So our current race leader, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, Elizabeth Blower from ANU sitting in the provisional silver medal position, about a boat length clear of her nearest rivals. That'll come in the form of the Lake Macquarie and the Leichhardt scullers. So the Lake Macquarie sculler, Trudy McDonald, currently sitting in the bronze medal position, and the Leichhardt sculler on the far side of the course, Sarah Brown, trying to work her way up onto the podium, but I don't think there'll be enough in it as Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven takes the win, and it'll come right down to the line for the silver medal, but Elizabeth Blower from ANU takes that one just ahead of Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. The Leichhardt sculler, Daniela Boggett in 4th. Newcastle sculler, Charlotte Holford in 5th. Samantha Backler from UNSW in 6th. Jacqueline Harris from Glebe in 7th. Sarah Brown from Leichhardt in 8th. And Helen Frith of the University of New South Wales in 9th place.
Presentation of medals for the men's C-grade coxless pairs. In 3rd place and bronze medalists representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Tim Byrne and James Dupree. In 2nd place and silver medalists representing North Shore Rowing Club, George Loiterton and Tom Payton. And our winners and champions for 2024, Black Mountain Rowing Club, Cameron Schmidt and Alistair Bridgewater. Please congratulate our 2024 champions and medalists in the men's C-grade coxless pairs.
Men's D-grade double scull on in earnest and approaching the last quarter of the race here as we once again have 4 crews going for 3 medal paying positions. So almost all the way down the course, Cale Austin, Nicola Brakovic from St George have been leading the way from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 6. Drummoyne under some serious pressure now from 2 crews from the University of New South Wales. Fraser Wilson, Nitiam Bansal in lane 2. Levi Ronsonvet and Robbie Ireland in lane 5. Both those crews starting to move their way up into the medal paying positions. I'd say it could be Drummoyne who loses out in this battle as St George look to be well clear by about a boat length in the closing stages of this race, and it'll be whether those 2 University of New South Wales crews can do enough in the closing stages to get their way onto the podium. As it stands, it looks like the crew in lane 5 of Ronsonvet and Ireland who have just possibly done the better of that, and as I say that, a few dirty strokes just hampering their efforts in the closing strokes. The 2 St George scullers, Austin and Brakovic, certainly will take the win here in the D-grade double scull. The 2 scullers from Drummoyne look to just be doing enough to hang on to that silver medal position that they were sitting in early on, ahead of 2 fast finishing UNSW crews. The UNSW crew on the far side of the course now in lane 2. Wilson and Bansal will likely be our bronze medalists. St George take the win, Drummoyne for the silver medal, UNSW in lane 2 for the bronze. UNSW in lane 5, just outside the medals in 4th place. Leichhardt in lane 8 in 6th place, 5th place rather. The St George crew over there in lane 3. In 6th, McAfee and West, and the Drummoyne crew there in lane 7 of Donovan and Hooks in 7th place. As we bid farewell to Stuart John, who was off to do the much more important task of loading his trailer, and joined up here for the closing few races by Lizzie Chapman once again.
So confirming the results of the men's D-grade double scull, a win for St George Rowing Club, Cale Austin and Nicola Brakovic. Second, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Hugh Lucas and Nate Lawson. And third, University of New South Wales, Fraser Wilson and Nitiam Bansal. Winning time 3 minutes 38.95. Our next race on the course will be the women's D-grade coxed 4. So they're coming down onto the start now. In the women's D-grade coxed 4, we have Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 3, St George Rowing Club in lane 4, the University of New South Wales in lane 5, Glebe in lane 6, and a second University of New South Wales crew in lane 7. The Drummoyne D-grade coxed 4 is Izzy Hooton, Ash Lister, Marcella Cox and Freya Warner-Van Dyke, coxed by Bianca Riley and coached by Sarah Ellis. The St George crew is Beth Jacobs, Lily Featherston, Abby Featherston and Ellen Featherston, coxed by Amelia Featherston and coached by Mark Featherston. The Lane 5 University of New South Wales crew is Sunny Park, Georgina Browning, Ashley Potter and Lisa Matthews, coxed by Emma Vey Cox and coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. The Glebe Rowing Club crew is Anne Skilton, Kate Wareham, Emma Hutchinson and Cecile Fair, coxed by Gilly Hanna and coached by Kenny Maver. And our final University of New South Wales crew is Caitlin Mulquiney, Elizabeth Raffin, Annabelle Singh and Isabella Niven, coxed by Lily Reid and coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. So we move to the presentation of medals for the Women's C-Grade Single Scull Championship. Third place and bronze medalist, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club's Trudy MacDonald. Trudy is coached by Odin McIntosh. Second place and silver medalist, representing the Australian National University, Lizzie Blower. Lizzie is coached by Edwin Bien. And our gold medalist and champion for 2024, representing Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. Katrina is coached by Andrew Parry.
So last of our 1,000-metre races now, just approaching the start line under starters' orders, and once again, fantastic conditions, certainly not hampering the starters' efforts to get those 5 crews aligned. Drummoyne, St George, UNSW, Glebe, and UNSW again, all D-grade crews here. Story in this one, the St George crew there in lane 4, 4 Featherstones and a Featherston coach, so certainly a family affair there. And the crew second from the top of your picture as we are away and racing here in the C grade Coxed 4. I'd say as well, be worth noting over on the far side of the course in that Drummoyne crew, Izzy Hooton, who has very faithfully volunteered at almost every regatta for the last couple of years. Be moving over to the UK in the coming weeks, I believe, and this will probably be her last race. Be her last regatta, certainly in New South Wales for some time. I saw her in I believe the C grade Coxed 4 earlier on, taking a medal, a bronze medal, I believe. Ash Lister also in that crew.
We will miss her pink. We will miss her craziness, her antics on the high trapeze. But most of all, as you rightly say, just her warm and sunny nature and the way she volunteers for absolutely everything, as well as coaching, rowing and rowing herself. So what a legend, and we wish her all the very best over in the UK. Hope she has a wonderful time, enjoys the rowing over there, and those of us who are heading over for Henley will hope to catch up with her there.
You can see it's the crew on the near side of the course from UNSW in lane 7. Caitlin Mulquinny, Elizabeth Raffin, Annabelle Singh, Isabella Nevin and Lily Reid, the coxswain, who have just gotten away best from the Glebe crew in lane 6 to their right-hand side. Looks like the margin's only probably less than half a boat length at this stage. Anne Skilton, Kate Wareham, Emma Hutchinson, Cecile Fair and Julie Hanna, the coxswain, coached by Ken Major, is currently sitting in the provisional bronze medal position or silver medal position. But that Drummoyne crew over on the far side of the course with the yellow blades, certainly not out of the mix yet either. The 2 crews in the centre of the course from St George and University of New South Wales, just a little bit further back from our leading 3 crews. So UNSW in lane 7 across that halfway point in first place by about 3/4 of a boat length, and then a tight battle between Glebe and Drummoyne for the minor medals. The UNSW crew in the centre of the course there in lane 5, sitting about a boat length down, and the almost all Featherston combination in St George sitting just in 5th place after quite a number of races for a lot of those girls at this regatta. So UNSW in lane 7 from Glebe and Drummoyne, and the UNSW crew in lane 5 looking to make it 2 crews on the podium, but some work to do here in the closing stages of this race. See the leading margin probably just narrowing slightly as the Drummoyne crew there on the far side of the course start to get back into the picture. So the UNSW crew had about a boat length in the early stages and looked to possibly just come a little bit things coming a little bit closer with the Glebe crew to their right-hand side, but the minor medals certainly not decided. Drummoyne on the far side, the Glebe crew second from the grandstand, and UNSW right in the centre of the course. All a chance for a medal here. The early race leaders look to still be fairly comfortable in that position. About 175 metres left to row here of this 1,000-metre race at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Glebe currently looking the best chance for a silver medal, but it'll come right down to the line with Drummoyne on the far side of the course. The second of the UNSW crew starting to lift the rating, but we'll have to do a lot to get back into the medal positions. And as I say that, really with a bit of momentum on their sides, and as they look to overcome the Glebe crew to their right-hand side. So as it stands, UNSW in lane 7, our early race leaders, and barring disaster, will take the win here in the women's D grade. Coxed 4. Drummoyne on the far side of the course have just got themselves into that silver medal position and look to have done enough to hang on, but the battle for the bronze may encroach on that silver medal position. UNSW take the win, Drummoyne the silver medal, and Glebe the bronze, ahead of a fast finishing UNSW number 2 crew in the centre of the course, and St George Rowing Club over in lane 4 rounding out the field.
So, confirming the results of the women's D grade, Coxed 4, a win there for the University of New South Wales. Second, Drummoyne Rowing Club, and third, Glebe Rowing Club. Fourth, University of New South Wales, and fifth, St George. The winning time was 3 minutes 58.08. The margins 5.4 and 1.11. So, very close indeed. We have 2 races left on our programme for today. Our next race, number 84, looks as though it doesn't actually take place until just gone 2 o'clock. It's the women's B grade quad scull, and then we finish off the race with a men's 8s. A couple of 8s from UTS, one from Canberra, one from St George, and they will be racing over 2,000 metres in both of those races. So we'll see you again at about 2 o'clock. The presentation of medals now for the men's D grade double scull. Third place and bronze medalists, the University of New South Wales. Fraser Wilson and Nityam Bansal. The crew was coached by Cameron Butler. Second place and silver medalists, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Hugh Lucas and Nathaniel Lawson. And our gold medalists and champions for 2024, St George Rowing Club, Cale Austin and Nicola Brachkovich. The crew is coached by Mark Featherston. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's D grade double scull.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation for the Women's D Grade Coxed 4. So the bronze medal goes to Glebe Rowing Club. Anne Skilton, Kate Wareham, Emma Hutchison, Cecile Fair, and coxed by Julie Hanna. Coached by Ken Major. The silver medal goes to Drummoyne Rowing Club. Izzy Hooton, Ashley Lister, Marcella Cox, Freya Warner Van Dyke, coxed by Bianca Riley, and coached by Sarah Ellis. The gold medals went to the University of New South Wales, who are unable to attend. A big cheer for our medal winners. And ladies and gentlemen, we're watching everybody enjoy their photo opportunities. I know the Glebe crew is heading off to the Australian Masters Rowing Championships in Tasmania, and I suspect by the look of them, the Drummoyne crew might also be doing the same. So great practice opportunity and fantastic racing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start race. Well, they're still lining up. There's a crew just still rowing across, waiting to be pulled into the starting blocks. But we're down to the 2,000 metre mark again for the last two races of the day. This is race 84 coming up, the women's B grade quad scull. In lane 2 from ADF Rowing, we have Jessica Kelly, May Saliva Bell, Isabel Mulberg, and Julia Cronin. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Jennifer Zonga, Sarah Brown, Nikki Lepresti, and Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4 from Glebe, Stella Moore, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens, and Isabella Bugg. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler, and Helen Frith, coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. The Sydney crew that was entered has scratched. And in lane 7 from Nepean, Ellie Taylor, Jade Sharp, Sophia Whitelaw, and Vitty Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold, and Miles Harold. Now, interestingly, there's, well, it's now in, it's a B race, but 4 of the crews are actually C grade crews, and they'll be doing it to row the 2,000 metre race. I can just see one of our numbers people has popped up, and so big reminder, please return all bow numbers. So, yeah, especially if you've done it for these last races, if you're over at your trailers, have a wander around, pick up all the numbers and please bring them back. Because believe it or not, the volunteer number holders like to go home soon after the regatta finishes as well. So numbers, returning numbers. So we have 2 minutes to start time. So they're lined up, sitting, looking pretty relaxed in their lanes.
And how beautiful does the lake still look?
Fantastic.
Yeah, you've mentioned volunteers, and Mark, it's been a really lovely weekend with lots of people chipping in to help, hasn't it? Including the umpires, and we're looking there at the view from the umpire's nest up above the start line. The people holding on to the bows of the stern of those boats before they go off, and all the people in the timing huts down the course and, of course, in the finish tower.
And we would have loved to have had more volunteers today to help keep it running smoothly, give us more time splits. So if you're going to be out here again for a regatta, I know it's the end of the season now, but always think about it. Volunteers greatly appreciated.
100%, and those of us who are already volunteering are more than happy to show you the ropes and teach you how to do things, so please don't feel that you need to even know anything about rowing. It helps, but it's not an absolute prerequisite.
So they're coming up to the first 500 metres. They look, from the camera angle we see at the moment, they look fairly evenly across the course, but a bit too early to call. So we can see there on the screen the crews from ADF Rowing, Leichhardt and Glebe. Glebe just starting to pull in front. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark, we should be able to see the other 2 boats as well, unless those ripples on the water mean that they've already, no. So it was Glebe just slightly in front of University of New South Wales. They were followed through by ADF Rowing, then I missed the other 2. So, oh no, we have somebody timing in the 500 metre hut, so that's fantastic. We have Glebe, followed by the University of New South Wales, hot on their heels, then Leichhardt, then Nepean. And we seem to be missing the ADF Rowing, but they'll be out there somewhere. Yes, I think we are missing ADF rowing, so they might be a late scratching. So it does look to be the glebe crew that's taken an early lead at this stage. But I think the University of New South Wales on this side of them are keeping them honest, and not to discount Nepean. I think we have some killer instincts in all those boats, don't we, Lizzie?
I would say so. We've got, again, a mix of kids who've rowed at school, masters and club rowers. So certainly in the glebe quad, we've got Stella Moore, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens and Izzy Bugg, who come from different schools and have trained together then during the season at Glebe Rowing Club. So they're having great fun jumping in a quad together. Chloe and Izzy, Stella, I'm not sure about Emily, but they're certainly year 10, so they're quite young, and then have only just progressed up to 2,000 metre rowing. So it's all just a voyage of discovery at the moment. Great to see them leading the way, and we can see the crew looks as though they've reorganised it. Looks like maybe Chloe is in the stroke seat and Izzy's in the 2 seat.
No, it's Izzy in the stroke seat,
all right.
I think.
But certainly they've got off to a really good start, and they've managed to get a lead over the more experienced scullers from the University of New South Wales, so students and people who work who are slightly older, having a great battle.
And just looking at it, looks like they've got themselves in the lead and are staying very relaxed. They know they're out in front now. This will be Milan Parker's tactics kicking in. So some great video there. We've got the glebe crew out in the middle. On the other side of them, the Leichhardt crew, so to the left of the screen. And on the right, the University of New South Wales crew. And they're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now. We'll get a clear picture as they cross through there.
And then we can see the crew from Nepean of Ellie Taylor, Jade Sharp, Sophia Whitelaw and Viti Young, all fairly young athletes, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold.
So the glebe crews crossed through nearly about 4.5 seconds ahead of the Leichhardt crew, then 4 seconds ahead of the Nepean crew, followed through by the University of New South Wales. So we were calling that out of order before. The Nepean crew has a lead over the University of New South Wales. So very interesting. This is the Leichhardt crew is Masters crew, but I think we just saw Daniela Borget come down in another boat not so long ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're coming up now. They're about, that was actually the 1,500 metre mark they went through. We're just got a bit sidelined there. So the glebe crew with a healthy lead out in front of Leichhardt. Nepean over the side pushing hard. A bit hard to see if they're catching up to Leichhardt at this stage. I think the glebe girls have just taken up their rating. They're into the last 250 metres of the race. So Leichhardt over the far side, pushing hard now, so you can see they're actually putting the power on. This is probably the difference by having a more experienced crew, is they're not busting themselves with a higher rating, but they're certainly powering down. Glebe looking very comfortable with their lead. They're about 1.5 lengths ahead of Leichhardt. And then over this side, we have the Nepean crew. And a bit further back, the University of New South Wales. So very nice win there. The glebe crew is just about to come up and cross the line. They're a couple of lengths ahead of the Leichhardt crew over on the far side. They'll be followed through by the Nepean crew. and rounded out by the University of New South Wales, who are looking pretty good, but just didn't quite have the power to match the other crews. Fantastic bit of racing there.
So confirming the results of our women's B grade quad scull, a win for Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Moore, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens and Daisy Bug. Second, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Jennifer Softball, Sarah Brown, Vicky Christian, Daniela Bourget. And third and bronze medal position, the Peer Rowing Clubs, Ellie Taylor, Jane Schott, Sophia Whitelaw and Peter Young. For the University of New South Wales, the winning time was 7 minutes, 38.05 seconds, margin 6.03 and 6.6. So a great win there for the youngsters from Glebe Rowing Club. Congratulations to them. We look forward to seeing the crews over at the medal round too shortly. We move on to our final race of the day, which is just burst out of the blocks, and that is the men's 8, both A and B. In the A grade category, UTS Hamfield, and in the B category, UTS St George. The A crew from UTS is in lane 3, Lucas Stefanovic, Peter Robertson, Rich Blackburn, Rich Partners, Henry Blackwell, Nicholas Megden, Patrick Burke, Jack Henderson, and the Cox bronze medal coached by Sam Fancy and Matthias Ullmark. Their B grade UTS 8 is Zick Tosco, Oscar Baregi, Edward Kelly, Luca Malozzi. Flynn English, Hunter Hyde, Joe Lynch and James O'Meara, coxed by Sophie Castellas, coached by Matthias Ullmark, Matt Curtin and Sam Fancy. The crew from Canberra in lane 5 is a B grade crew of Tom Trode, William Legg, Ashley Carr, James Rigby, Sam Goldspring, Ethan Dalton, Sebastian Lang and Eamon Burke. Nicole Hay is coxing them and they're coached by Jeffrey Brown. And our final crew from St George is Dylan Brunsell, James Rudzis, Matthew Giller, Robert Olivier, Cale Austin, Lachlan Dunn, Rory Cole and James Hunt, coxed by Tessa Jones and coached by Mark Fencer.
So as they came through the 500 metres, and you could see it from the start, the two UTS crews have unsurprisingly given themselves a very healthy margin over the other two crews, the Canberra and the St George, who are battling it out side by side. So there are two races in one happening here. But some great video there following the two UTS crews, and you can see the turbulence that is thrown out by an 8 in full flight. Because otherwise the water is glassy down there. You can see them actually coming towards us now. Cutting glass, so to speak. Have it all through.
So we will, as we've got the men's eights hurtling down, we'll quickly run through the presentation of medals for the women's B grade quad scull, where our bronze medalists were Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor, Jade Sharp, Sophia Whitelaw, and Vitti Young. The crew was coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold, and Miles Harold. Second place and silver medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jennifer Zongo, Sarah Brown, Nikila Presti, and Daniela Bourget. The crew was coached by Steve Sherry. And just very quickly, as our two crews hurtle down to the finish, our winners and champions for 2024, Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Moore, Emily Barrett, Chloe Hitchens, and Isabel Bugg.
And right back to the course, and you have in the last 100 metres or so, the two UTS crews really battling it out. The one closest to the to the grandstand, stroked by James O'Meara, has a good more than half-length lead. They've just managed to extend that over the second crew on the far side, stroked by Jack Henderson. And we can see that they've put in a lot of effort there. It's quite a long way back to the other two crews, the St George and Canberra crews, who are having a real battle amongst themselves. But that first, that UTS crew won in this minute a time of 6 minutes 5.74. So that's going pretty fast. And look at these two. Canberra has just an edge over St George. Can they hold them? A couple of the St George guys looking around. They need to keep the focus. I can even see, I think that might be Steve Harrison in there having a quick look. But no, they just got them by a canvas. So that was third place and the second half of this race, I would say, to Canberra's Tom Trobe, William Legg, Ashley Carr, James Rigby, Sam Goldspring, Ethan Dalton, Sebastian Lang, Eamon Burke, coxed by Nicole Hay, just got it over the St George crew of, no, it wasn't Steve Harrison in there, similar build, but from a distance, Dylan Grunsell, James Woodzis, Matthew Giller, Robert Olivier, Cale Austin, Lachlan Dunn, Rory Cole, James Hunt, coxed by Tessa Jones. So a great illustration there of the difference probably between the high performance club and the real clubs that are out there with their feet on the ground. We love seeing it. It's a great effort.
Certainly is, and just a reminder that the A grade 8, which actually placed second, was not being judged, but was there just to have a jolly good hit out and show us some fine examples of some great sweep rowing. Well, that will invite those crews to come in and collect their medals, and that will conclude our racing for today. So if you do have bound numbers and you could please bring them back to the finish tower at the end of the course, we'd be most grateful. So we have two more presentations to make. The first will be to our medal winners in the men's 8, our final race of the day. And the final one will be for the presentation of the Edward Trickett point score, which I am delighted to inform you has been won by the University of New South Wales. So we invite Uni of New South to get your gang together and come on down to the pontoon, please, so we can present you with the point score.
I know that. They left 3. You're only given 2. Yeah, a bit like the girls with the A. Only 1. That's what I'm saying. Sit there. I think you're wrong. Oh, you do.
You're lucky Harrison will present it to you.
He said you need it there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would now bring your attention to our final medal presentation of the regatta, presenting medals to our men's B grade 8s, where our third placed and bronze medal winning crew was St George Rowing Club. Dylan Grunsell, James Rudsis, Matthew Giller, Robert Olivier, Cale Austin, Lachlan Dunn, Rory Cole, James Hunt, and their cox, Tessa Jones. The coach of the crew was Mark Featherston. Second place and silver medalists, Canberra Rowing Club. Tom Trobe, William Legg, Ashley Carr, James Rigby, Sam Goldspring, Ethan Dalton, Sebastian Lang, Eamon Burke, and their cox, Nicole Hay. The crew was coached by Jeffrey Brown. Gold medalists and champions for the B grade in 2024, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Zink Bosco, Oscar Baregi, Edward Kelly, Luca Malozzi, Flynn English, Hunter Hyde, Joe Lynch, and James O'Meara. The crew was coxed by Sophie Castellas and coached by Matthias Ungemach, Matt Curtin, and Sam Fennessy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our grade champions and our medalists in the men's B grade 8. And our final presentation of the regatta will be to the winners of the point score here at the Edward Trickett Grade Championships Regatta. While we're waiting for the University of New South Wales to come down onto the pontoon to receive the presentation, a massive thank you to all of our volunteers and the team at Rowing New South Wales for such a wonderful Edward Trickett annual grade championships here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We're looking forward to seeing the Masters continue their preparations for the Australian Championships starting on the 8th of May in Lake Barrington. With the Drummoyne Masters Regatta in Iron Cove on Sunday the 28th of April, and afterwards the New South Wales State Masters Championships on the 25th of May here at the International Regatta Centre. In terms of non-masters rowing, the JB Sharp Series has its centenary memorial series this year, 2024. This is a series of regattas that take place in what is known as the Bay, the Iron Cove area, and that series kicks off on Sunday the 7th of July with the Balmain Rowing Club Regatta finishing at White Horse Point. On Sunday the 28th of July, the Drummoyne Rowing Club Regatta. On the 18th of August, again a Sunday, the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club Regatta in Iron Cove. On Sunday the 1st of September, in Blackwattle Bay, Glebe Rowing Club will host a regatta, and on Sunday the 15th, the final in the series will be hosted by Leichhardt Rowing Club and held in Iron Cove. This year, the programme has been expanded to include a schools point score trophy, and there will be special events and trophies incorporated throughout the series, and the regattas will be live streamed, so everything to look forward to there during July, August and September with the JB Sharp Centenary Memorial Regatta Series. All right, we now invite all of our members of the University of New South Wales Boat Club to take to the medal rostrum and receive the award of the point score for the Edward Trickett Regatta Series. And just to call out, please, to Lucinda Johnston. Lucinda Johnston, some valuable possessions of yours have been handed into the finish tower. So if you can hear us and you'd like to come to the finish tower, or if anybody knows Lucinda and could come and collect for her, that would be great. Thank you. Lucinda Johnston, please come to the finish tower.
Finishing at 2:45. See, now he's doing this, so let's make it 2:35. Whatever the time I sent to John. I want to go home. I don't care about money anymore.